review and approve the agenda. I have one addition, the Chittenden Watershed. So we'll discuss that under water. And any other?
As long as we have the discussion about payment of orders, when, is that still on here?
Number 10.
Yeah. Yes.
First item under number
Yeah.
10.
So we can have that discussion there.
Yeah. Okay.
Make a motion to approve the agenda with the additional Chittenden Watershed.
Chittenden Watershed.
I had a gentleman stop in to call me last week. I wanted an appointment. He came in today. He would like to buy the Chittenden Watershed.
What's that comprised of?
It's 1,600 acres of timberland
Oh,
up in Chittenden, upstream from Furnace Brook. It has a easement across it for the Green Mountain Club. There is a first right of refusal by the Green Mountain Club because the Long Trail goes through a portion of this parcel. It's not the total parcel that the Green Mountain Club is involved in. There's just so many feet either side of the trail, I think, that they are looking at. This gentleman owns a piece of property which abuts, in Chittenden, which abuts ours. And he's ready to come in and pay cash and buy it. What I told him is that I believe that there's two steps involved in this. The first one is establishing a price and whether you put it up for auction to see whether you get the best price for it, because there are other people who have expressed an interest in the past and may express somebody who may express one in the future. The second step would be you have to go before the voters before you can sell any town property. So a town meeting, as I explained to him, town meeting next year would be the earliest that someone can get a vote on it. What I told him I would do tonight to see if the select board is interested in following up on this. The discussion we had back in 2014 when we came off from the water system and had the well put in was to keep the property and get the logging revenue. There was not an analysis made. There was an estimate. We asked our forester an estimate of what he thought the next 10 years would bring in for revenue. I haven't got that on the top of my head or in my hand right now. It's hard to do, but he's basing on growth in his forest management plan. The other aspect of that was if you had X dollars in cash and you put it into an investment, what would be the return on that, and would it be less or more than logging? So that's the financial decision, would be whether you'd earn more money from this on logging or whether you would earn more money from interest on an investment.
I don't even think it's worth talking about until we know what the numbers are.
Value
Yeah.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
We did have an appraisal done on it, and I don't have that one in the top of my head, but it was close to $1,000 an acre, which means you're talking about $1.6 million.
So the only impact of selling it would be that we'd lose the sale of timber.
Yeah, you'd lose sale of timber, but you'd gain the
Right.
investment money.
Right, okay.
Or you'd blow it all on Cadillacs for the select board.
So I just dealt with this today because we have timberland and we sell it, and it's really, the tariffs have hugely impacted the price of timber now. So it's really dropped. It's not worth anywhere near the value it was a year ago, 2 years ago.
Depends on what you're logging.
So,
It depends on what you're cutting. We're currently logging, so it depends on what you're logging. And
Right.
is your property in current use? Is that property in current
Yes.
use? So you'd have to pay money back, so that's a financial implication as well.
but if you're trying to cut timber, I'm just saying big scale timber cuts and exporting it, that's where you're hurt. So I don't know what we do with ours. I don't know.
The timber harvest goes into the water fund.
Okay, right, but I'm saying I don't know where you're
The wood
selling,
goes,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, we just got our final payment on the last timber sale. It was 5 payments at $49,000 or something like that. Times 5, so $250,000 times 5 would be $250,000 is what we took in revenue in the last 3 years on this one sale. Andy Hutchinson, our forester, is in the process of marking next year's sale because there's another 125 acres that, under our plan, is ready for harvesting. This is the one that I talked to you before, that he feels you need to have a decent road up
Yep.
into it to get a decent price.
And the 1.5 million basically is something we wouldn't earn over, what, 12 years?
If
it was consistent with what you said, Gabby.
Once we get through, we're doing 500 acres at 125 plus or minus a year.
Right.
Once you get through that, we may not harvest again for 20 years.
Right.
So, what is the plan called for? And we just rewrote the plan. What does it call for as far as harvesting, estimating how much revenue you're going to get off of it in a 10-year period, and versus what you would get for interest on an investment. The question that I told him I would call back is whether the select board is even interested in talking about selling that piece of property.
I'm not interested, but if it does come about that we do sell it, we need to throw in the headworks, the old chlorination building, and make them take that and be responsible for it, and that'll get it off us.
Take the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be a little plus.
I really need something from the forester, some input
So
on.
somewhere I have a report that we
Yeah.
did back in 2014. I also have an appraisal done in 2014. I didn't bother to take the time to dig all those out. They're somewhere in my file system, so I'm not going to quote numbers on them.
No.
But if you're interested, then he would be willing to follow up on it. He also has looked at the mall in Rutland. He's also looked at some other things as far as investments.
Wow.
And he says he'll pay cash, which doesn't make a difference to you as long as you got the check for the whole amount. He can finance all of it he wants. But
Houses for sale in Proctor, we need to move them into town
well,
here.
we did review some of the properties that were in Proctor. I pulled up the map on the screen, showed him how to get to it. Zeroed in on one particular property, which is in the industrial zone. That may be something that might be for sale. Gave him a name of someone who contact on that. Also gave him a name, Joel Blumenthal's name for Omea as a potential contact if he's looking for acreage, because they've got, again, large acreage out on Florence Road.
Yes.
So I don't know what he's looking for. He grew up in Pittsford, up near the Hathaway farm. He's living in Florida right now, but, so do I tell him that, yeah, we'd be interested in talking some more?
I don't think it would hurt to just talk and learn more.
No, certainly not.
And do some, again, some
Yeah,
basic
some
research. I'll
background.
pull out the value stuff, pull out what Andy had given us,
Yes.
so that you can make a money decision. I don't think anybody on this board has a sentimental reason for saving that piece of property, but
No.
Most bang for our buck, whichever way it is.
Yeah, it's worth not closing the door on it completely till we have spent some time.
Yes, we need a lot more information.
and you
We
need a
need some
financial
numbers.
advisor to
Yes.
look at the numbers when you get done.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was an interesting conversation, and he was a very engaging individual.
Great, good.
Huh.
Nice.
He doesn't, I invited him to come tonight, and he says, I don't like talking in public.
Oh,
Smart man,
And I didn't tell him the TV camera was gonna be here either.
smart man.
so, great, well,
Sometimes you get an opportunity to represent somebody at just the right time and be able to provide good news and good information, and I think make a proposal that, to me, as an outsider, I can't see how it's not going to be something that should get a positive reception. So it's with pleasure that on behalf of John Gerlach, I submitted an offer for purchase of the old watershed property that's in the town of Chittenden. The offer that was made is identical to what the appraisal was, despite the fact that I argued with my client that I thought the appraisal had some issues, and from my experience, that paying more than $800 an acre for this kind of property seemed to be a pretty high number. I said, the fact that you're not gonna have any real estate commission, you're not even deducting any amount for real estate commission. He said, I want to make an offer that they can't refuse if they want to sell the property. He said, I bought this other piece of property that adjoins it. He said, I would like to have this piece of property because it adjoins an existing piece of property that I own, and therefore it is of great interest. I have the ability to be able to write a check for it, pay for it. It's not subject to financing. It is simply an offer that if you find it acceptable, you have a need to get rid of and not pay taxes in another town for a piece of property that you're not using, and you could use $1.5 million as soon as you can satisfy the statutory requirements, which, as I read the statutory requirements, say that you could sign and execute the offer whenever you wanted. He did put it for a limited amount of time because he doesn't want to have it out there forever. He wants to give you some time to be able to look at it, but it has a deadline of November 15th. He would like to see what it is. Then you would begin to run through the process of indicating you would like to sell it for that. He would do his due diligence on boundary lines. He already has spoken to a surveyor. We would do all the title work. There's 30 days in which if anyone objects, they've got to have people to come in, and then you might have a town vote, but you might not. I represent lots of school districts that have sold buildings. We run through the same process all the time. When you have a board that wants to sell a piece of property, you believe the price you're getting is the fair market value, and in this case, I believe you're actually getting more than the fair market value that's out there. You can check it in any way you want. Because there is no real estate commission, because it's a cash deal, you could get this closed and completed before town meeting day. And it would, I think, provide a huge influx of cash that you could decide what was the right way that you would want to be able to handle this, and you would no longer have the liability expense connected with the watershed property. If there is something in the contract, we tried to make it what I call a bare bones kind of contract and offer to make it as simple and straightforward. If there is or are any issues that your lawyer raises, I am totally prepared to be able to try to resolve that so that we could get a signed agreement before the 15th of November. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, any issues that you might have, concerns. John extends his interest in this. He's sorry he can't be here, but he isn't here at the moment. I'm here to speak for him and see exactly what we can put together to try to see if this works. Sometimes, as I say, the stars get aligned. Your interest in selling the property, having somebody who just recently bought another piece of property that's adjacent to it, they're willing to pay a price that you probably would not get if you put it out on the market and tried to sell it. And how long it might take to sell a piece of property like this would be much longer. So I just throw it out to you and let you try to see if there are any questions or anything that I can answer to help with the offer. We got the offer in so that you would all be able to take a look at it, so I could be able to answer any questions that people might have.
And don't have any questions. I think we should probably talk in executive session about this at the end of the evening.
Stan, did you do a, because the only income we get from this is timber, right?
Yes,
Right.
And that was about $250,000 every 3 years?
yeah.
And that's the only value it brings to us?
That's the only asset we get out of it.
Right.
We pay
And we pay the
$4,000
taxes.
a year taxes
Okay.
to the tax, the current use. So it's,
And in terms of logging, I want to say some of the comparisons on other pieces of property, they were known sugar bushes that sold for $1,000 an acre, established known sugar bushes with high-quality trees. The more you log it, the less the value becomes for somebody who's looking at land like this. I apologize. So I think that the price is there. You wouldn't be able to get $250,000 every 3 years off the piece of property indefinitely. It certainly has its limitations. I've walked the property myself because I know the adjoining piece. I've hunted the property. I've walked in it. I know how tough and rugged it is. And I don't know how many of you folks have been there and how much and how difficult it is for logging and being able to get logs out. So you've got a forester I know who can give you whatever you need to have on that valuation, but I still believe that this is a real high value for this piece of property, regardless of its timber that might be on it.
Yeah, I think one of the things we would, it might be questioned down the road that, so we are waiting for that appraisal from Hutchinson's, Andy Hutchinson on that, and I think that probably is one of the things. I know Alan had a couple of questions on the contract, but I don't think we probably can give you an answer
No,
tonight, but.
I was not
yeah.
expecting that, and I
Yeah.
was expecting that if you gave instructions to your lawyer, we're quickly able to respond in a prompt fashion to be able to try to find out where we are so we could come up with a program and my client would know what he's gonna be doing, whether he goes one way or he goes another way.
Sure. No,
Again, my pleasure, and I look forward to whatever interaction we can put together to see if we can get this accomplished.
Thank you very much.
yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Can I ask a question of the board with respect to this proposal? Is this money only available to be used for water? If the property should be sold, the money would have to remain in an investment portfolio for water?
I don't believe that's been, we haven't really talked about that, so I don't.
Well, if the timber can only be used for water, if you sell watershed property, are you saying the money could be invested and go into, for general fund expenses?
Well, I think that's a question for Alan.
Yes, I think we need to
So have
talk.
questions been proposed to Alan?
Not yet.
No,
I mean,
no.
this is the first we've been able to really talk about, except that we're
Yes,
interested in
so
selling.
we're in the very first time that we've had it before us, so we will be talking about it.
It was brought up at the last meeting, and the
Well-
number was given at the last meeting. My other question is, if it should sell for this, what would you do with the money? Would the money be put in a portfolio? And who would manage the portfolio?
Lisa, we
Because
haven't-
you-
We haven't discussed it between us.
Okay, so I'm
Them.
putting it out there as
Yes,
informed
fine.
questions for Alan, because if you currently pay $4,000 in taxes, you certainly will pay more than that in a management portfolio for 1.5 or even $1 million. So, listening to this proposal, questions I would like to have asked then of Alan, can the money be used to pay down the bond? Do taxpayers have the ability to vote about where this windfall should come? Or does that simply stay with the select board. If it is put in a portfolio, who oversees the portfolio? Are you hiring a management firm, and how are you assessing that? And I would hope that more conversation is held in open session, not just in executive session.
Thank you.
And I know at the last meeting that we had, that we talked about this, we did talk about the investment of it, investing it, because we were gonna do a comparison as far as if we invest it, will our returns be worth the $250,000 every 3 years that we get, you know, to, and how do you,
So,
balance those values, so.
yeah, so
I know.
we've got a lot more to talk about, and we will be dealing with these questions
sure.
and concerns before we do it, I'm sure. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chicken.
Did you want to go into executive session to talk about the watershed, or wait till we get more
I
information?
thought we were gonna wait until we got, heard
Yeah,
from
I
him.
think that's,
Get the forester's report.
yeah,
I think so.
And so all those questions too that were raised tonight though about that, can you put those out to him too, so we can get that together, so we'll have more to base our,
What can we use the money for?
Oh, yeah,
Right.
yes. I mean, I've got,
And where will it
I've
be
got some
invested?
ideas that I would like to
right, and where it would be
put
invested,
it
things like
into
that.
executive session rather than.
yeah,
Right, but if,
Yeah.
if we don't
Because then
understand
somebody
it
would
now,
think
then.
it is, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I think the only thing we have to do in executive session is if we want to have a conversation of whether we do or don't want to buy it.
Right,
I think everything else should be done, you
Been
know.
open?
Yep.
Okay, well, good.
I think so too.
So my suggestions on how to manage it, I've got some ideas, but I haven't got it firmed up.
right.
We don't need to tonight, but, yeah, the only real thing I want to keep between us is just what direction we're heading, so that we don't tip our hand.
The one is whether you want to sell it, two is what you do with the money.
Right?
Yeah,
And once we have the answers about where we can use it, or are we
Yeah. And,
restricted?
you know, as I say, I need to get another opinion. I have my own opinion, but I think I've expressed it before, is this water department money, because
Right.
that's where it's
Yeah.
always gone.
and
But
get in and
And who has
use
to
it.
make the decision?
Yeah.
If you were to set up a fund, quote, fund, like you, like the streetlight fund and like the whatever else, highway equipment fund, then you need the voters to approve the establishment of the fund.
Yeah.
And that may
Okay,
be,
yeah.
and that, you know, that would separate it out from the general revenue fund.
Would the voters have to do that, though, if if it was basically said that if we sell this property and the funds go directly into the water fund still? They wouldn't have to re-vote that, right? Because it already
No, I
exists.
wouldn't think so,
Yeah, the property belongs to the town.
Right.
yeah.
It doesn't belong to the water department, it's just.
Right.
that's
Yeah.
That's the way it was
It's
set
just,
up.
yeah.
Okay.
And I think, you know, the point is, you've got bonded indebtedness, is it to take care of
Right.
our bond expenses as a designated purpose. So I think that's one thing that you need to deal with. And then put it before the voters that, yes, we accepted the offer, nobody complained, we took the $1.5 million. This is what we're proposing to do with it, and then let them vote on it.
But maybe even put it in both the water and the sewer thing.
That would be nice, yes.
Yeah.
Used either or.
Yes, yeah,
we do
Because,
have a
you know,
coming up.
And we do have bonds to
We
pay.
do have one today. So let's get those answers and then we'll
yeah,
move to adjourn.
yes.
Second that.
The first one we have on our sheet here is the Chittenden Select Board, and
That would be me.
Being B. Oh, Gina, okay.
Hi.
Fine, hi.
I'm Gina Ottoboni. Thank you in advance for putting me on your agenda and allowing me to speak to you tonight. So I'm here in my capacity as a select board member representing the town of Chittenden. As you all know, Proctor Town Forest is in the town of Chittenden. So it's a special place for all of us. In many ways, it's a community resource, and I think it's a special place for all Vermonters as well. So, you know, it is a place for birders and foragers and hunters, for day hikers and through hikers, for snowmobilers, and even for historians. There are a couple of historic charcoal kilns on the property. They have some significant value in terms of Vermont's history. There's also a really interesting ecological resource, Boiling Spring, which if you haven't been to it, do yourself a favor, maybe not right now, wait until the summer, wait until the thaw, and hike up there. It's a really interesting natural feature. Of course, there are timber resources, as you know, there's flora and fauna, and then there are the water resources, which sustained Proctor for many years. In addition, those water resources, and I know you know all this, but I would just sort of want to share what it means to us. There's some of that water flows into Kiln Brook, into Furnace Brook, some of the best fishing in the state. About 1.5 miles down the road, Furnace Brook goes right into the fish hatchery. And then, of course, those waters flow out into Otter Creek and into Lake Champlain. So this is land that has communal value, recreational value, ecological value, historical value, not just for the people of Chittenden or the people of Proctor, but for everybody nearby and really for all Vermonters. I am here tonight to tell you that I understand, as a select board member, the need to balance the budget and to find money without raising taxes. So if you want to sell that land, we understand that. We would just like to ask that, this all came up fairly suddenly, that maybe given these concerns, if you will give a little thought to them and work with us to try to find a solution that will get you the money you need if you decide to sell it, but also protect some of these long-standing, it's been a space that's been utilized by community members for many, many years. And so we have an interest in protecting that and in protecting the watershed, in protecting the historic resources. To that end, we've been talking to Kate Warner, who with your permission, I would like to give the rest of my time to her. She is an expert from Trust for Public Land, and she has put together some options for you other than an outright sale to a private owner, just so you can think about them. And, again, we would love to find a solution that works for you and hopefully that would also work for community members and all Vermonters.
Sure. Does anyone have any questions for Gina right now? Or?
Thank you for coming down.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having me, and I'll turn it over to Kate.
Sure, thank you.
Hi, so I'm a project manager with the Trust for Public Land. We are a national conservation organization that works with communities, the state, and the federal government to conserve land that's important to them. So we've worked with Green Mountain National Forest over the last 20 years on conserving more than 30,000 acres by adding it to the Green Mountain National Forest. Right now I'm involved in 3 separate projects with them. One you may have heard of in Chittenden, Killington, and Mendon, adding about 2,700 acres to the National Forest called Ralston Rest around South Pond above Chittenden Reservoir, as well as another inholding in Lincoln and Warren, and one down in Wallingford. And Green Mountain National Forest is very interested in this property. They're interested in owning this property, and we'd be willing to work with you and with them to buy it from you. It does take a couple years to make that happen, but I'd be happy to delve deeper into the details of how we would make that happen if this is something that the Select Board would consider. because that would not only get you fair market value for the property as determined by an appraisal, but would also protect the public benefits that this property has been providing for the last 80 years. One of the things that both Green Mountain National Forest and the Trust for Public Land particularly are interested in about this property is the fact that it has the Long Trail National Recreation Trail going through it, as well as the Catamount Trail, the statewide system for cross-country skiing. And it's very unlikely Catamount Trail would be able to find a new spot if the property were sold privately and a new landowner would shut off public access, which he would have all right to do. So I've put together some details about a sale to Green Mountain National Forest. And I also provided some information about 5 other conservation options. Both the Select Board, myself, and Green Mountain National Forest, as well as Vermont Land Trust, all think the best conservation option and outcome for this property would be in addition to Green Mountain National Forest. I also think it'd be the best for the town of Proctor in terms of getting you full fair market value for the property. But there are also other options, including potentially Chittenden owning the property as a town forest, restricting the property with an easement before you put it on the market or sell it to a private entity, with either a easement with Vermont Land Trust or an easement with the state through the Forest Legacy Program, or donating an easement to either Vermont Land Trust or the state before selling it to a private entity. So addition to Green Mountain National Forest, at a minimum would take 3 years, but I understand kind of, you're still mulling over kind of whether you even want to sell it at all, and we're happy to engage with you either now or 2 years from now or 10 years from now if you decide to sell it. And the price would be based on an independent appraisal that determines fair market value, and they would do a full timber cruise at the time too, and how that incorporated into the price.
Great, well, no, we certainly would be interested to.
I'm happy to come and meet with all of you again to get down into the details of what that could look like, if you'd like. And I'm also happy to answer any questions now about a potential national forest ownership.
I guess, Mike, I have a question. I'm just curious if the town of Chittenden or you, the trust, has contacted the potential owner just to see what their plans are, or if there's something that you yourselves could negotiate if the property were sold to that person as far as an easement.
We are happy to work with a private owner about an easement. I think that it is dangerous for the town to sell to a private owner without restrictions in place already, without some legal commitment ahead of time. They can not move forward with any verbal commitment to allow the public or to continue to maintain it as forest. This property is considered by Vermont Conservation Design, which was completed by Vermont Fish and Wildlife in 2015, to be one of the highest priority interior forest blocks because it is surrounded by Green Mountain National Forest. Any kind of fragmentation of that property through development or wind towers or even kind of very significant logging could impact the larger forest. So I think that it would be much better to restrict it before, or otherwise have some sort of legal agreement before that happens.
And just to answer the other part of your question, the town of Chittenden has not contacted Mr. Gerlach. Time certainly has been an issue, but also he's been working through his lawyer, who did come to our select board meeting last night. So we did ask him some questions, but no.
Because my concern is, like, even if you put restrictions on it or a covenant saying, this is what you do with the land, that down the road, the purchaser can basically say, I want that removed, and oftentimes it is removed, so it doesn't really play a,
Well, a permanent conservation easement cannot be removed. Permanent conservation easement stays with the land and is recorded in the,
right, the easement piece. But I'm saying like a restriction, like say we restrict them from putting up solar, or putting up windmills, that they can actually move later to say, we want these restrictions moved, and most chances are they will be removed.
which is why I recommend permanent public ownership or a permanent conservation easement prior to sale to a private entity.
Any other questions for these two gals? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess just take a, yes.
We're from Rutland County, Ottawa, and we have concerns also. Could we go at this portion? It seemed to make more sense than for you to go on.
Excuse me, could you use the mic, please?
Yes, yeah.
Well, I'm just
You
asking
got to get-
you to speak. May I speak?
Sure, yes.
There are three of us, so go on, if you Hi, I'm Kathleen Guinness from Rutland County, Audubon. And the three of us are here from Rutland County, Audubon. If you may not know, but, excuse me, our mission is to preserve and protect birds and their habitats as well as other wildlife that are part of the ecosystem of the birds. So we want to thank Proctor for their good stewardship of the parcel of land, which is a watershed and vital to both nesting and migrating birds. And we want to thank you for allowing us to speak here tonight. For over 5 years, we've been monitoring an acreage adjoining the parcel in question, and we have identified 69 species of birds there. Those include the wood and hermit thrush, which many people really love, and which are in decline, and many beautiful wood warblers, which travel thousands of miles to nest there. This number also includes 10 of the 12 birders' dozen, which are birds that Audubon has identified as being in decline, and 16 of the 40 birds of responsibility for Audubon, which are birds of concern but not yet in serious decline. We would assume that the acreage in question is habitat for that many species, meaning 69 or more, and if not more, and it being a watershed, it's very important to provide fresh and clean water for the birds there. So to sum up, our concern is that this vital watershed area be preserved and not disturbed. If it's to be sold, there would need to be restrictions on it that we've already spoken of, and for birds and other wildlife. Thank you. Here are two other members from Audubon to speak their concerns. Thank you.
Hey there. So, as a long-distance through hiker, I can speak to the importance of solitude within interior habitat zones. It seems appropriate to maintain current conservation of this parcel and preserve the wilderness experience that many tourists, hunters, and nature lovers alike seek. And it would also maintain habitat connectivity when many areas grow increasingly fragmented and impacted. I hiked the Long Trail this fall, passing through Mount Carmel State Forest, which abuts this zone. I recall a rich forest of abundant bee-filled asters and piles of moose pellets along the path.
Could you state your name?
Name?
Oh, my name's Anya Beal.
Hello, my name is Joel Tilley. I live in Poultney, and I'm a longtime member of the Green Mountain Club and the Catamount Trail Association, as well as Audubon. These groups are dedicated to conserving land for wildlife habitat, public recreation, hunting, fishing, forest management. I've skied and hiked and birded in this area, and protecting the birds and their habitat is very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, by show of hands, any, okay, Justin Lindholm, yes.
I'm Justin Lindholm from Mendon. You can call me Don Quixote because I'm always thrusting against wind turbines. And I've worked for 10 years now to try to stop irresponsible renewable energy. Now, that does not mean I want to stop renewable energy. I am all in favor of most solar and some wind. Smaller wind I love, not a problem. But industrial wind is massively destructive. It's always up on the ridge lines in Vermont. Other states, it's not. Other states, it's on flat plains. They don't have to blast at all. Some property I own over in Leominster, New Hampshire, they bragged about using 1 million pounds to blast that mountain down for just 12 wind turbines. Lowell Mountain won't even tell us what they used. That's how bad it is. Now, I'm concerned about being in this investigation of wind turbine sites before and after they're constructed. I've got a good feel for where they can be. And it is a very viable spot up on your high ridge on the top of your 1,600 acres. This area, why it's so viable is because it has the perfect elevation of 2,000 to 2,100 feet. When you're up at that elevation, you can get the wind, but you're not too high to freeze up the blades on the wind turbine. So they like to keep an elevation down like that, but it's still high. The wind can be grabbed from the south, the southwest, the west, the northwest, and the north in that area. These are all the predominant winds in Vermont. Very rarely do winds come out of the east in Vermont. And these winds are unobstructed by any mountains all the way across Champlain Valley, basically, on this piece of land you folks have up there. This ridge that I'm talking about, that is on your land, overlooks Chittenden Reservoir, which is the most beautiful scenic spot in Chittenden. It is one of the most beautiful scenic spots in the entire state of Vermont. And these things will be looming over it. I have a place on Chittenden Reservoir, although I don't get to see that ridge. There were a whole flock of geese just landed at my camp, right in front of my camp on the water this evening, a little after 4:30, and they came from the north. Most likely, they would have come across that ridge. They get torn up by wind turbines. A lot of birds do. We have bald eagles in the area. We won't have to worry about the loons because they don't take off too much in land. They stay on the water. But the bald eagles are flying all over the place, and this year we had 2 of those up there. They get chewed up by these things too. But that's one of the problems. The others are erosion. I was just up on Lowell Mountain 2 weeks ago to check that turbine site out, owned by Green Mountain Power. Lots of erosion up there. They can't seem to get a handle on it. This place, your water resource coming down, is going to be jeopardized by that also. Now, John Gerlich wants to buy this land. He would have easy access to build turbines up there because he already owns the land next to it. And the road system is such that it goes all the way to his ridge, this long ridge that connects from the land he already has to the Proctor land ridge. So that's a special worry for development. Now, he says, John Gerlich says, and I think he's probably a wonderful person. He says he wants this place for solitude for himself. Quiet solitude. He can enjoy not having people intrude on him. Well, there are people on McKinley Road, Mountain Springs Road, Mountaintop, and Chittenden Reservoir. They also want quietude. They also want peace. And these wind turbines make a noise that is actually more than noise, it's a vibration. This vibration travels up to 4 miles. Anybody within 1.5 miles is in deep trouble. Those people on those roads are going to suffer. Not everybody, but some people suffer, just like some people suffer from seasickness and some people don't. I never get seasick. I can roll around on a ship all day long. Doesn't bother me a bit. So that's another thing that we have to worry about. What I would like to see happen, I know the town would want to get maximum dollar. You know, you owe it to your citizens to get a top dollar, I would like to see restrictions. And this would be, one of them could be a 60-foot elevation height for any building. That would be, I don't think your comparisons that you had this land appraised the last time it was appraised, your comparisons don't include wind turbine development. Usually those comparisons, just other big pieces of forested property somewhere, the comparisons they use. So there should be nothing that would hurt the value of this land as it was last appraised or of any recent appraisal. The thing with the restrictions, it'll just prevent the turbines, or you could just say no turbines in the deed going forward. Now, there's one other thing you could do. That is, these turbines, when you have a location that's really top-notch for turbines, that is worth a lot of money to a turbine developer. You could reserve those rights for your town, for your taxpayers, and that these rights, the turbine development rights, would be in conjunction with whatever landowner is there, if you wanted to do it that way. That's if you were after maximum dollar, you could do it that way. I'm not one into maximum dollar. I sold a piece of land once and I took a bath on it to make sure it was preserved. Sometimes you've got to step up to the plate in this world and just do what's right, even if it costs you a little bit of money. And I'm very proud that I was able to do that. In your town plan on page 66, you folks actually put it in bold type. The town of Proctor does not, and underline not, does not support ridgeline wind towers. And I think it would be doing Chittenden a favor that we wouldn't have to battle these people. I think we would win against them if anything ever, and I'm not talking Mr. Gerlash would do it, but you know, he could pass away and then somebody else would own the land, or he could sell it. And then we've got to deal with this in the future. Thank you for letting me speak. Any questions?
Do you know if he has any wind turbines on his property now?
Any whats?
Any wind turbines on his property
No.
now?
No, he doesn't.
So the assumption is that's what
And
you
small
think he's
wind
going to use
turbines.
the property for?
There's a huge difference between the small ones and those big ones.
Right. But I mean, is that your assumption? It seems like we haven't heard anything about that as far as being the use of the property.
It's from what I have noticed over the years, looking at these sites, you can pick them out pretty easy after a while.
His current property has an easement on it, has a conservation easement on it.
Okay.
And his previous property he just bought has plenty of easements, which he agreed to. So he's not anti-easement. He did some with Mountaintop Inn. So he had no problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Mube.
I thought I would wait till everybody else spoke.
Sure.
So if there's anybody else who is planning to speak, I would like to wait till everybody sort of spoke.
Or anybody else that wants to speak on this particular subject? Again.
So I have questions, but my questions are more specific to the select board.
Yes, please.
Would the select board be considering selling the property if this proposal hadn't come forward from Mr. Galish? Gerlach, I'm sorry. Was that something that the select board was considering?
I don't remember talking about it.
No.
So the Chittenden Select Board member mentioned the budget and reductions or balancing the budget. Has the Select Board looked into how the revenues from this money can be invested or spent? This is watershed money. When we harvest, the revenues can only go for the water. So is it the belief of the Select Board that this money can be used for general funds?
We haven't discussed that at all.
When will these questions be answered before we continue down this path? I mean, these are questions as a Proctor resident that I find just as important as the concerns that the Chittenden, Mendon, Audubon have. This is something that we pay $4,000 a year in taxes to have that property. Has a cost analysis been done yet of what it is from harvesting versus what it would be to invest these funds? Because my fear is that, we live in the moment and he says 1.5 and everyone's very excited about that number. But we also have a responsibility to think about those that come behind us. And that's why the property sets are today. Because those that came before you maintained the property sets in current use. There is a harvest plan, timber plan in place. Funds come forward. They can be used for projects. They can be used to pay down the bond. They can be used to make improvements in the water department. So without any of these questions being investigated or the answers brought forward, so this is, the third meeting, and we still don't have those answers. While they're concerned, these are bigger concerns for me.
So Stan, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we ask Alan that exact question as to what the revenue could be used for if we did sell the land?
Right. Right now, the auditors, the land is listed as an asset for the water department. The question comes up as to how you can change that. You just change it. As far as the audit is concerned, you could move that asset to something else from an audit standpoint.
Yeah.
From a legal standpoint, whether you would need a vote to move it to someplace else or not, that might be an advisable thing to do.
So I apologize. I thought that was a question that was asked to Alan in our last meeting. So can we ask him that and find that out? Because at least I thought that question had been asked, to be honest with you.
And we did. I think we had a discussion about it because it was partially, basically, once the sale takes place, it's no longer the same asset as it was prior to the sale. So you can do what you want with the money and
That's
disperse
great.
it differently.
So then that brings me to my next question. And I asked this question prior about investment. Because if you have $1.5 million, or if you have $1 million, and you put it in an investment house, it's going to cost you more than $4,000 for a manager to invest and manage your money. At $1 million, it's probably, and it will probably cost more because you don't have investments currently, so you don't have an existing house to invest with. You're going to have to go out and solicit and take proposals. So it could easily cost you $10,000 to pay someone to manage that. That doesn't seem like good financial management. At $10,000 or $9,000 a year to pay someone to manage your money when you're currently expending $4,000 in taxes and you're garnering a revenue.
We're spending a little more than $4,000. We have a forester and a program and everything.
Right, of which that money, I would guess, just like when I harvest here, that's paid from your harvest. So that's not taken from your general fund, that's not budgeted from your water. Those are funds that are taken from that harvest and paid prior to that money is transferred as revenue into the water.
Right.
So those
Yeah.
are not funds that is not an expenditure that you are budgeting for currently.
No.
And again, this is another question that we had. Edward Jones, we had asked to be here. Are they coming today?
He's not coming.
He's not coming.
He had two other appointments, so we're not talking about the first one, so we're not talking about this one.
Well, I just wanted to address your question, because I did, and I'm not an investor by any means, but I did some investigations, basically tried to go, if you did invest the money, depending on the return, and that's the big thing, what's the return going to be? But even at like a 2% return over 10 years, it's almost equivalent to what the timber would get us in 10 years.
But
Based on what we've been told we make for the timber in a 3-year period.
But is that factoring in what you're paying your manager to manage?
Right, but that's minimal. I mean, if you're making like $1 million, $10,000 isn't that much as far as paying them. But what I'm saying is if we
But
looked...
currently you're expending 4, so
Right.
so if the scales are pretty equal,
Right,
and
but,
the expenditure on one side is 10, and the expenditure
Right.
on the other is 4, it doesn't,
but that's what I'm saying. We need somebody here that does investments, because if the return is anything above that, then we're doubling our money in 10 years versus selling timber.
right, but
So
Investments are
that's
a
what's
gamble,
huge.
no different than,
In selling timber.
absolutely.
So that's why we need somebody that's an expert
But I think
to
that the
give us
bottom line,
numbers.
the question goes back to, if the proposal hadn't come forward, would we be spending this much time? And is it the goal of the select board, if you sell this property, to take the money and reduce taxes, pay down the water bond, or simply take the money and invest it and hope that the investments garner what you think they will?
We're going to be looking into a lot of that stuff. We haven't done anything. We knew we were going to have this discussion tonight, and we're open. We haven't set our minds on any particular avenue at this time, and
So this is
we will-
3 meetings in with the same questions.
okay.
And I agree.
We-
I think I'm tired of inviting people to our meetings that
no.
don't show up.
No.
And they're the ones that we're going to base our answers on. And it's frustrating because it means something to us, less than them, obviously. But like you said, I don't want meeting after meeting after meeting and we just keep going and asking questions and getting more information. It's like we need the details of this kind of stuff before we can.
And I hope
Make
all
a
future
logical
meetings about
decision.
this will be held at a meeting like this. And that if they're held at a special meeting, they're warned properly.
Okay, I guess, Mr. Mube, or anybody else want to speak here before? No? Don't see any hands. Go ahead.
So I approached the podium and you with a great deal of fear and trepidation. When I first came, I thought I was bringing good news. Reading the paper, I gather people felt pressured by my passing on and the way I presented it. I apologize to you if anyone felt what I said felt like pressure. I do think I want to clarify a couple things. Mr. Gerlach asked if there was any interest to sell the property and was told that certainly the select board was interested in trying to figure out what to do with this, and this was an economic decision, what made the best interest, and what was in the best interest of the people of Proctor. And he was told that without an offer, there was no way for you to be able to talk about it until he presented an offer. So he was coming from it as, I want to do something that I think is going to be a good thing. We have had now, we went to the town of Chittenden because somebody is claiming that this could be used for wind turbine. I mean, it could be used as a trash yard too. It could be used for anything. But that's not what the plan is. It's in current use, as you know what it is, so there's a huge consequence if anyone were to ever do anything other than keep it with a good management plan, keeping it in current use. It has to have a logging and a management plan to be able to qualify. So discussions about raping the forest and doing the kinds of things really are not quite anything like what's being proposed. So Mr. Gerlach has been aware that you folks wanted more time to consider it. He wants to get out of the limelight, okay? He thought this was an economic decision that the town of Proctor was going to address, that this is the town of Proctor's assets. It's not the rest of Vermont's. It's your fiduciary duty to handle your assets and treat them appropriately as the voters might like or not like. And the only way to find out about it is for you to say, yes, we think this is a good idea, we accept an offer at a fair price, and if 5% of the people come out, then you have to have a townwide vote for people to decide whether or not this is what is there. If nobody comes out, then you can go forward with the sale. We've been told that there's a right of first refusal. on 50 acres to the Green Mountain Club that deals with the Long Trail. You could easily break this into 2 contracts. So everything but the 50 acres is covered in one track, and the 50 acres, if they don't buy it, then Mr. Gerlach would be willing to do it. We would love to have discussions to try to come up with what that is. But this kind of format, this kind of, how should I say, escalating things beyond what we think and what Mr. Gerlach thought he was getting into when he made an offer in response to, yes, please make a proposal to see if you would buy it so that you could, as the select board, make an economic decision based upon what you thought was in the best interest of the people in the community. Mr. Gerlach wants to get out of that approach. Mr. Gerlach doesn't like being under the kind of approach, the spreading his name in a way that's been negative, and the impact of what this has happened. So what I am told to do is to let you know that if we can't begin discussions with your attorney by the 1st of December, so we can actually come up with something that you could present if there were people and voters that were there, and you decide what you want to do, then he's going to withdraw his offer and go someplace and do something else. He's not going to leave it out there so you can shop it someplace else, you can make other decisions. He doesn't want to be in this situation. He is prepared to buy it and close as soon as you can give him title and pay you cash of $1.5 million. If that's not something you want to do, just tell him it's not something you don't want to do. It is here to just simply say, this was supposed to be a transaction. It was supposed to be something that was positive. I didn't mean to pressure you in any way when I brought something forth that he sort of felt it was solicited in a way that this was something that the town of Proctor would see as a positive thing. Now there's a negative thing. It's very sad when these kinds of things happen, and I think it has a negative impact on an awful lot that goes on in this state.
So, Mr. Beebe, my only concern is I need to make an informed decision, and I have not yet gotten the answers that I've been asking for. So I have nothing against your client or anything, but I just need answers so I can decide how I'm going to vote.
And I totally understand that he's willing to extend this. If I pick up the telephone, and again, there's a big difference between when you're a select board for a town and when you're a private individual. A private individual could pick up the telephone and call an investment person that says, if I had $1.5 million, what would you forecast using the way people forecast? And you can use bank and trust people. Lots of people handle investments and say, yeah, there are up and downs, but over a period of 20 or 30 years, here's what money growth is if you are investing it. And here's what you're going to spin off for your average income, and here's what your cost is to achieve it. And you can get it. You could go to the People's Bank, you could go to Community Bank, you could go to the Trust Department, which are very conservative people, not a local stockbroker, and say, if we invested the money with you, what is the return? There are also public entities that are involved and can give you information about the cost and what they are. People give money to the foundations that produce all kinds of money to fund conservation projects. I've been involved with lots of conservation projects, the buying of land, the buying of development rights. All of that exists out there, so you can get some good information on investments, which shouldn't take more than a week. At least as a person, if I were picking up the telephone, I could get you all those answers pretty quickly. I just look at it that way, and the way that this has continued. Mr. Gerlach has been seen in all kinds of ways because of the press, because of what's there, and a person that was trying to do what he thought was interest and would fit his long-term interest of what he would like to do with property and where he's current living and where he'd like to have a retirement place. And all I can say is, it's a tragedy to me to see what has happened out of an effort that was positive.
I have just to say, I agree with Ben as far as not having enough information, and I also feel like as a sweet a deal as he thinks it is, it's not like he's giving us $1.5 million for an acre, and it's like, whoa, this is big. I mean, he's getting 1,600 acres of prime property. And I have trouble not only with the information we've been shared, but the way the contract's been written, and I feel it's very one-sided.
We can
And
change
so-
all the language of the contract, ma'am.
Right, and the numbers, so I feel like it was kind of thrown together, like, hey, here's a property, let's throw 1.5 million at them and go from there.
Well,
So
I can
that's
only
a little
tell you,
bit-
I've been involved in large purchases of real estate that are logging, okay? Which is essentially what this is. This is timber. And going rates for places that are not accessible, this is not easily accessible property. It's not anything other than what it is, and even the logging is not that easy to be able to log 1,600 acres. There are many other places that are 1,600 acres that are easier to log, and your per acre price is materially less than what was offered to buy this. So, you know, it is what it is. It was offered to be a more than fair price. If you think it's worth more, just tell us you're not interested and we'll go away.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Ray Alt?
I wasn't going to say anything. I'm Ray Alt, citizen of this town for 40-plus years. I just want to point out that if the town, absent the Gerlach offer, had decided to take this property to market, the average marketing time for this type of property is measured in years, not months. My guess is that it would be on the market for somewhere between 2 and 4 years to attract a buyer. You could luck out and get someone stepping up to the table to go. So that's one factor that I wanted you to take into consideration. The other thing is you should consider having it appraised by a professional appraiser, and that's likely to cost in the vicinity of anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000.
Bill's Grant appraised it in 2015 for 1.5. That's what the offer's based on.
And so you have that appraisal that's 4 years old. You might ask for an update. But I'm not prepared to render an opinion on I haven't looked at it that close. I was out of town when this all had started to transpire. But, yeah, I'm not taking sides here or expressing an opinion whether we should or shouldn't, but I do think you should be aware of those aspects from a market standpoint.
Thank you, Ray. Anyone else have any comments? Yes, Kate.
Hi, Anna.
Sure.
Just regarding price, I mean, one of the reasons that I think a sale of Green Mountain National Forest is win-win for everybody is because it keeps it public land, it keeps it intact, and it's the value to the town of Proctor is fair market value is based on an appraisal. And that appraisal will take into account any written offers that you have received for the land in the last couple of years. So that appraisal is going to know that you have been offered $1.5 million, and that, you know, is if that's a fair price and an open offer, then the appraisal is going to reflect that amount. So by selling the Green Mountain National Forest in 2 to 4 years, you can both get the income as well as keeping it public.
Sure. Thank you. Yes.
I just have a statement, and that is that when you factor in your future revenue off of one or the other, either the investment money that you did or the land itself. The land itself generally goes up in price. 10 years from now, it could be double what it is now. We don't know. Land traditionally has gone up in price. So you want to factor that into whether it would be worth it.
So my only comment is, when you spoke to current use, there's no guarantee that you have to pay a fee to take it out of current.
Yeah, we can't.
There's no guarantee that the property can't be taken out of current use. You simply would have to pay a fee to do that. So when you speak to the fact that it's in current use, it'll remain in current use, I mean,
There's a huge fee.
yeah, there's a huge fee. But if you're willing to pay $1.5 million for the acreage, it's not unrealistic to think that a fee to take it out of current use is out of bounds. So I just, when you spoke to it, you made it appear as if it's in current use, it'll remain in current use without any objections, and that's not completely true.
No. Okay, I don't see anybody else on this subject, so anybody want to make any further things? But I think we need to sit down with and, move this along.
So, we need
Yeah.
Alan to answer the question about what the revenue could be used for, and we need at least someone, Edward Jones or whoever, to give us some information. If I have to make the call myself, I will, but those are important questions.
Yeah, let's see what we can schedule for someone to come in this week or early next week.
Well, I don't think you even need us. I mean, at some
No.
point, I think you
Yeah.
need to reach out to an investor
Yeah.
and just say, here's the numbers, do an analysis for us, and then,
Yeah, if you,
More than one.
yes. So, I want to have a motion to have Stan make some 2 or 3 inquiries.
So moved, and let's try to get that information next week so that we can take a look at it well in advance of the meeting.
second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the review of our October 28th meeting minutes. Any additions, corrections?
Move to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, everyone, for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And our November 5th special select board minutes, any additions, corrections?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Open public comment.
Ray?
Ray?
Do I have to go over there?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I couldn't say anything. I'm probably the poorest man here, and I look at all that money there.
Introduce yourself.
Huh?
Introduce yourself.
Yes.
Oh, I'm Ray Biet from Proctor, and I think if you just sell it for what you want, after you get done investigating, if you get every bird lover and everybody else in the state of Vermont that wants a piece of it afterwards, that the buyer is going to be not going to buy it, because this guy, from the way he talked, he wants it himself, not with other people. And $1,010,000, is it?
$1,500,000.
1,500,000. I don't even know how much money that is. But I don't see, I can't see too many people in the pot if you sell it, because everybody's going to lose.
You say if we do sell it or if we don't sell it, Ray?
You sell it for what you can get.
Right.
But if you invite the bird watchers and everybody else in the state of Vermont that's involved with it, it ain't gonna work. Because this guy don't want anybody in it. The last guy that spoke.
That's
And you got an offer here of $1.5 million. Either keep it or sell it as it is. That's my feeling.
Thank you.
And I'm the poorest man in here. Too.
Oh.
I just feel that way.
Yes. Gina.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to speak to your point, and you might want to look at the minutes of the Chittenden Select Board meeting last night when they get posted. I asked Mr. Newb a few questions, including, so he said, well, Mr. Gerlach just wants to, own this property and take care of it and, be a good steward. And I said, okay, well, that's great. Then that means, will he be willing to put some easements on it? And he said, no easements. Mr. Gerlach's very private. He's not going to want other people on the land. So just to your
Did
to your
you
point.
directly ask him about wind turbines?
No, but we directly asked him whether or not, Gary Congdon, who's the chair, asked him if he had any plans to develop the land, and he said, no current plans. And we asked, well, does that mean no plans in the future? And he said, no current plans. So that's what we got.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bob, any comments?
My name is Bob Curtis. When I first got wind of the sale for 1.5, my first impression was take the money and run. But then as I got thinking about it, you still can get probably 1.5. And I agree with the lady from Chittenden and the lady from, where was she, from the Green Mountain?
Trust for Public Land.
I would go that route to sell the land. You can sell it to whoever you want. You're going to end up probably with the same money. And I think she said it might take 2 to 4 years. Well, then I'd knock on Chittenden's door and say, how about give up those taxes of $4,000? We're going to play ball with you.
You're a smart man. But gosh.
But I don't think I'd sell it to that individual.
Compared to ours, I pay more taxes on an acre of land than I do for 1,600 acres
Come
of
up.
land.
Diane, come up to the mic.
No, I'm just speaking out loud.
Well, that's what
But
this
that's
mic
a
is for.
bargain. Chittenden has a bargain for taxes. $1,600, 1,600 acres.
Come on.
Hear you.
Can't hear you, Diane.
One more thing on the investment. If you invest 1.5, you're going to be able to take 60,000 a year. And at the end of 30 years, you're going to have 1.7. I can tell you where.
To respond to your idea, which really is quite brilliant, but as far as I know, it's a state program, and I don't think that we would be able to do that. Nor do I think that it would be an awfully tough sell. I mean, you can imagine that sell here. So, but it's creative.
You might have any comments? More comments, Diane?
Denise.
Denise, rather. Don't mind me. Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay. Chittenden Watershed, anything we've got to, I think everything is, you're gonna,
I think what, is to, what do you do with the, how much can you earn for the 1.5 million? An investment plan, an investment policy.
And what we can do with it, and,
Where do the funds go?
yeah, where do the funds go?
Yeah,
So, I mean, there's some questions for Alan there, and there's questions for,
some brokers.
yeah.
I think, what you can do with it, I think, is up to the board suggesting to the voters, so that you got a firm stand on it. And you would be setting up if you invested it, you'd be setting up a fund to put it into, and then how you spend the fund. And that would be the restriction on setting up the fund.
You were also at a prior meeting where we had an assessment from Wendy about the timber harvest and what that looked like 15 years out. So that's never been provided either. Actually, you said at a prior meeting you had spoken to him and asked him about it.
Yeah, essentially, my last conversation with him was the $1.5 million worth of timber is standing there right now.
Yeah.
We've got 2 logging contracts coming up.
2 parcels, yeah.
And one of them will need to have a road built in order to do either one of them. But he estimates the next contract to be around $300,000. It's going to cost you $100,000 to build the road. So presumably you get $200,000 less his commission off that, which is 20%. And then within another 3 or 4 years after this one, there would be another harvest of $300,000, which wouldn't have, but the road would already be built. So I don't have those dollars right now. I'm looking at somewhere between $500,000 over the next 10 years from timber sales.
Right, because I think we talked, I remember you talking about it, because I was thinking it was like a 1.2 million that we'd have in 10 years, 12 years, but now with all these deductions.
Yeah. But you got to take money out of it in order to do it.
So
Yeah.
our next meeting is on the 25th. 6 days from that day, this man's going to want a decision.
You've made a decision by not making a decision.
But he's going to withdraw his offer.
Right, he's withdrawing his offer on the 1st, so
You need all this
I'm-
information next week so that we can make a decision either to proceed or not at our next meeting.
yes, we have to make a decision at the next meeting,
Yes.
what we're doing.
Okay, so, open public comment. Raymond, Biet? Justin Lennon?
I might as well go now, it won't take that long.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about that 1,600-acre tract up in Chittenden, and there's a red flag here. I've done a lot of real estate transactions myself. 2 years ago, I sold a piece of high mountain, large acreage to the governor of Kentucky. That was from New Hampshire, the land I own. A few years before that, I sold another piece of large acreage, high mountain tract to the state of Vermont. I've sold a piece of real estate over $1 million, one piece. Never did I go that quickly. Real estate is not like a car. I found over the years that dealing with real estate, I want to get all the facts in a row. This takes months when I do it. Maybe you folks can do it faster, but it always took me months to get the values in order. And it's not just a simple appraisal. If you have a simple comparison appraisal, other lands, they're usually just raw mountain land. Yours has a wind resource. You have a very valuable water resource. And what makes it really valuable is proven. 25 million gallons a year coming right out of the ground. I sent you folks an email on that. You also have a huge recreational resource. That place is used constantly. I was up there the other day. There was somebody headed in on snowshoes. Somebody had already gone in with trekking poles the day before. We go in off of the federal forest land. There's a place back there called the Smoking Tree where you have an intersection of 3 trails. That doesn't include the Long Trail. These things should be considered. This is going to go from heavily used, if it's sold to Mr. Gerlach, it'll go from a heavily used recreational resource, which is extremely important where it lies, and it will go to a completely private, nobody allowed in resource. That is probably your biggest and best thing you have up there is your recreational resource. You know, I got brought up with business people all my life, and they said, sometimes you do well in this world, but other times you should do right. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to that too. I got here a little bit late.
Okay, let me go through the list here, Roy.
Podium?
Yes, yeah, if we could use the podium.
For me.
Mr. Mube?
That's fine, I'm
Yep,
happy to go. and-
okay. Doug Todd?
It's on the agenda if possible.
Yes, I'm here to speak to the same.
Sure, if you'd use the podium, please.
My name is Douglas Todd. I'm the trail coordinator for the Chittenden Snowmobile Club. Speaking to what Mr. Lindholm said about the recreational use, I don't think the club or myself are here to say whether you should or shouldn't sell it. That's up to you, and if it's financially in your favor, then we'll support that, I guess. My concern would be if it does go to a private landowner, if we're shut off, that's our major corridor trail through, we would probably lose half of our trail system, which would put us in danger of losing our total trail system with the state of Vermont, with VAST. Our grooming equipment, we need to have a certain amount of trails to maintain it, continue using it. We had another big landowner private sale in Chittenden a few years ago that the private landowner made us a lot of promises that were not kept. So we do have some concerns. We've had a good relationship with Proctor, I think. We've never had any issues. So I guess our question will be, if you do decide to sell it to a private landowner, would there be a chance to get some easements in place before that happens so we could maintain that trail system? So that was our one concern, our one question.
Sure, well, we appreciate that. And we're partway through the thing here, so, but
I know,
yeah, let's.
I mean, we were a little late to the table, but
we've got a lot to consider here, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Is it Peter Welch?
Just listening.
Just listening, okay. Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Roy Pilcher, and I was a resident of Proctor for 43 years and a homeowner for 40 years. Currently, that's in Proctor. Currently, I live at the Gables in Rutland. I was a high school teacher here in Proctor for 19 years. I taught 5 academic subjects from Algebra 2 through pre-calculus to geometry and physics. I also taught driver education for 18 years. And in the summers, I taught adventure education, in which I taught students how to orienteer. And we did 30 miles on the long trail each week and 2 overnight campings. And I also taught surveying. The 19 years of my teaching here in Proctor were the most productive years of my professional life, which included 3 years of engineering and 33 years of teaching. As a homeowner on Gibb Street, one of the few private houses built in Proctor here before those built at Chittenden Park after the war, the house I owned was built by the Keeper of the Poor in 1880 approximately, and in the basement there was a cistern to collect water, which kind of indicated that there were times in Proctor when water was scarce and homeowners had to collect their own water. The original occupants of Sutherland Falls and Proctor originally relied on the springs here. Big Tree Spring was one of them, but as the company grew and the town increased in size, the springs became inadequate. So there was, I believe, where the swimming pool is now, the Chittenden Farm, and then Reynolds Reservoir were each sources of water for the town. However, these proved inadequate during times of drought, and so the town fathers had to find new resources for water, and they found that resource at Kiln Brook in 1903 on the Holden property, and they took out water rights on Kiln Brook and Furnace Brook during about that time. So this land has belonged to the townspeople of Proctor, to everybody who lives in this town. They are owners of this particular property. Now, in order to maintain and make sure that the supply of water was as good and as pure as possible, the town fathers bought 1,650 acres as part of the watershed, so that that water supply could be guaranteed in as good a condition as possible. When I lived in Proctor here for the 43 years, that was the supply of water that I actually used and my family, but unfortunately the state has found otherwise, so now the town has to go to a well in the valley. I appreciate the board is doing due diligence, and I think it's important that they do, and some of the things that I would suggest that due diligence involves. The first thing is that the board is a representative of the people, and this is a vital property that the people of Proctor actually own. And I think before anything is actually done with this land, I really do think that the town should know, and I think probably at the next town meeting, the people of Proctor should be really made aware of this resource before any action is taken on it. As the previous speaker said, this property is not like a front-end loader or a dump truck or a sewer. Essentially, it is a living, breathing organism. At any rate, so the select board and the town of people basically have been custodians of this for 116 years, and there is no need to, in a short order of time, to make up one's mind what to do with it. The current community of Proctor, and I would say the progeny too, those people who are in the schools now who may become Proctor residents, need to be fully informed, as I indicated. I said this ecosystem comprising 650 acres is alive and reproduces itself. It's not like any other town property. This basically reproduces itself. Trees grow, trees die, trees fall down, and they renew themselves. Plants come up, plants die, and they renew themselves. So this is a living, breathing community up there in Chittenden. And I think when you think about what to do with it, that's a vitally important fact when you exercise due diligence. The efficacy of the replication and health of this ecosystem has been determined in the past and will be determined in the future, for better or for worse, according to how you dispose of it. And as the previous speaker said, disposing of it to an individual may not be the best for this particular living, breathing organism.
I would advocate that the board consider seriously when they sell this land to sell it to some institutional as public ownership, because public ownership offers two main things. It offers management and access. The first thing about the management, if this goes to a public institution like the Vermont Land Trust or the State of Vermont or the Nature Conservancy, is that this land will be maintained in its entirety. One of the biggest problems that is causing the death of, not the death, but the diminishing of wildlife, birds, anything else, is basically fragmentation. Fragmentation is the death knell and the destruction of habitat. So the first and most important thing is that if this goes to public ownership, then it will be maintained as an entirety. And that, to me, is major importance. Also, management to provide clean water for people, fish, and the community of brook-dependent organisms. Although there is an abundance of water, the purity of that water is important, and that land can be managed to make sure that purity of that water is maintained. Management to provide healthy forests, forests that sustain diversity, not merely to be logged, but to sustain diversity of plant species and animal species. Forest management nowadays is highly critical just of logging for the sake of logging. One logs in order to maintain special species, and so that's important if you have management. It's not just done for the timber resources. And management to provide a corridor for terrestrial animals. It's very important here in Vermont that corridors are maintained, and if that is maintained as a whole, then terrestrial animals such as bear, such as moose, they need these corridors in order to move through to other feeding areas. Also, management to provide human access. And to me, human access is critical, as the previous speaker indicated. Access for people to fish, to hunt, to hike, to snowshoe, as has been done already, to bird, to botanize, and to butterfly. Public access can do all those things. Access for archaeological and scientific inquiry, including vernal pool studies, forest bird monitoring studies, mountaintop studies, and so forth. So to me, what I would stress to the board in showing due diligence is just not a matter of dollars and cents. It's a matter of what do we do with this living, vital ecosystem that replicates itself, and if is it maintained intact and in public access, then I think the future of that land will be beneficial to all Vermonters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, we don't have any guests listed.
You gonna let Bill speak?
Huh?
You gonna let Bill speak?
Oh, yes. Bill?
Well, I was only going to speak because I wanted to address, at least as I told it, there'd be more items on the agenda and discussions, and John wanted me to be here to be able to answer any questions, to be able to respond, offer anything. I don't have any more comments other than what was already said. And I certainly don't want to get into any kind of sense that the choice is between preserving land and water and some other alternative which is not good to it. I mean, I work real hard to get state parks for people to donate. I'm involved in lots of conservation efforts. I know the forester who's worked on the forest plan for John's existing property. It's all under the best of management plans. So I don't want to get into any arguments about what that is. It's an economic choice, and either decide that you want to sell it or you don't want to sell it. And if you want to sell it, I'm here to sort of offer some more things and talk about that when the time comes up.
Thank you. Sorry to jump ahead here. Okay. Good stuff. I think the new thing that Stan just mentioned, our new streetlights are in, and that's something we've been without for, well, 4+ years. And glad to see those back up. And
I would like to add special thanks to LaFaso Electrical, Brad and his son, who just made it happen as fast as they can make it happen.
yes.
And they're out there tonight making sure that they're on.
I was impressed.
Yes. Anything else for good stuff that? Back to the Chittenden Watershed. Let me get my tongue untangled here. How do we want to deal with the 3 companies that have submitted some stuff? Do we want to meet with each one individually, or pick an order and?
Originally, I thought of just picking one, but now I'm thinking maybe it'd be better to meet with them.
Yeah,
I don't know.
seems we just got this other one tonight.
Yeah.
You want to try to do it one night and allow them each, say, a half an hour, and
Do a special
or
meeting,
your
special
one-
meeting next week?
Presentation.
Special meeting would be good.
or have a special meeting and do that, or,
That's what I'm thinking, is if we had a special meeting, we could have each of them come in and.
yeah, it wouldn't have a whole lot of,
Give them a time frame.
Could be a shorter meeting.
yeah. And,
I think we owe it to ourselves, and we owe it to be able to make a decision,
yeah,
hear them out, have questions answered, answer their questions.
yeah. Do you want to see whether you could come up with a
Date,
one,
I can't read this stuff.
Thursday this week?
Huh?
Yeah, sign me up.
What'd you say?
I
Thursday
said
this
Thursday
week.
this week.
You're bringing the
Sure.
turkey, right?
yeah,
Sometime next week. Let me
yeah,
see
see what
I can
they can, if he
corral them
can,
all on the same day.
they, yeah.
Not Tuesday or Wednesday, though.
Wednesdays are no good.
Not next week.
The
Yeah,
other
we're
thing
gone
is that
Wednesday.
Why could be?
This is more than just a one-shot deal, because you may want to use them for other investments at some
Yeah.
point in time.
Yeah,
Well, we can ask about the Peterson stuff too, and
And, you know, as I've talked before, you know, you carry $1 million in the checking account. We get 2% interest on it. Is there a better investment vehicle than leaving it in the checking account? Because we don't, it's always there. And if we had a catastrophe, you might want to use half of it, you might want to use part of it, but some portion of it could be invested all the time, because you're never going to need it on a cash flow basis.
yeah. I think it'd be worthwhile, even though it's an extra effort to have another meeting, but one meeting and try to iron it out without a whole lot of other stuff on our plate at the same time.
Works for me.
I can do 4 any day
Yeah.
next week.
So, see if you-
Preferred day of the week?
You don't want Monday or Tuesday?
No.
Well, we're in Montpelier on
Oh, that's right.
Wednesday, and Tuesday I'm
Tuesday and Wednesday.
not available. So Monday, I'm fine Monday or Thursday, but if you guys have to do it, just go ahead. And I could be back
I can probably do Monday.
later.
And the time? Carrie, what's your
On
schedule?
Monday?
No, on almost any day, is there?
Well,
Every day is different?
no, let's put it this way. If it was before 5 o'clock, I would have to get out of work early, which is fine. I just need to plan it.
I'd prefer after 5.
After 5.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, we'll shoot to after 5. See if I can corral them for one day.
Yeah.
Even if they join by phone, I mean, I don't think any of us have a problem with that.
No?
No.
That works pretty well.
Yeah, we've got our phones, so we can, if they couldn't get here for some reason. Be nice to have them face to face, but let's try to get some
I think
information.
all of them are showing an interest.
Yeah. Okay, see what you can come up with, that'd be great, Stan.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan.
Yes. Okay, front wall,
You skipped over something.
Yeah,
Oh.
we did.
did I?
Yeah, I'll fit in the room.
Oh, timber harvest projections.
I did not hear back from our forester as to what he thinks the next sale, not the one that we're already into, but the one after that will bring, we can give you what the 10-year revenue stream would be.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking for now.
But the net for the next 5 years is $189,000,
Yep.
roughly.
Yeah,
What's the one after that?
That's the question.
That's what I've asked him for.
yeah. So maybe he'll have something for us and maybe,
I hope so.
yeah, we can, you can even send that out to us rather than wait to have the information
I can
next
put
meeting.
it on the special meeting agenda too.
Yeah. Purchase and sales agreement. Do we want to get involved with that until we get further down the road?
I think that's a little premature yet.
Yes. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Yes.
I just want to make sure I make clear what Mr. Gerlach's positions are when you talk about the purchase and sale agreement and whether or not he's out there. You're talking with investment advisors about what to do with the $1.5 million. You don't have a purchase and sale agreement. You don't even know if you're going to end up with the terms that you're going to want to have, that you're going to come to an agreement. And I'm not sure your investment advisors until you know, are you going to sell it or aren't you going to sell it? Are they going to be able to give you numbers on what your projections might be or where things are? And Mr. Gerlach has said if we're not sort of sitting down, I threw out to Stan today that Mr. Gerlach said if there was a letter of intent that you would like to negotiate in good faith, he was prepared to put a non-refundable deposit of some money so that we could begin discussions with the lawyer. If you are saying you're not going to do anything until after December 1st, and you're not sure what you're going to do, and you're going to take as much time as it takes, then Mr. Gerlach wants to make sure you totally understand that he will withdraw his offer, and there won't be anything out there to negotiate with. And it's totally up to you. He only wanted to be able to know whether or not he could buy it, if you wanted to sell it, and there was a business transaction. If it's something that you're thinking that you're 6 months out, 9 months out, then we'd like to know it so that he can make sure that when you finally decide that you want to sell it, he's not sitting there with the $1.5 million offer that you guys should consider. You'll have to take a look at whether or not there are public entities that would want to buy it, what it would sell for, what you'd want to get, and what's there. You have Mr. Lindholm saying that it may be worth a whole lot more, and you want to go through an appraisal process. If that's what you're going to do, I simply want to get direction from my client so that he can decide what he should do. And it's not to put any pressure, it's not to, it's just the reality of what's there. It's much like if somebody comes and says they want to buy a house, you either decide you want to sell it or you don't want to sell it. If you say, I don't want to sell it right now, then the person goes off and they look at whatever they want to look at. And that's kind of where this is, and I'm unclear what message I'm getting that this looks like there's real no direction, and a sense that you would want to sell it to Mr. Gerlach, and you may not have that for several months. And if that's what it is, then I'm supposed to indicate that he would like to then move on.
Well, I think this is a little different in a house sale. We hadn't even considered selling the property when Mr. Gerlach came to us.
Okay,
We didn't put it up for sale. He came to us, so, you know.
Well, I don't mean to put that, he asked whether or not there was an interest in selling it. He was told there was an interest in selling it. Do you want to make an offer? So he wanted to make a conversation. If he was told there's
He
no
made an
interest
offer,
in
sir,
selling it.
And we're considering it.
Right, and I'm not sure there's an interest in selling it, because there's a lot of people who are asking you to donate it, to give it to other public things. We're trying to figure out whether or not this is something that he wants to be engaged with any further.
So here's my confusion, my frustration is
Sure.
in one breath I hear, we don't want to put any pressure on you. And the next breath, it's off the table as of December 1st. And we are still trying to figure out what money paid for this land.
Okay.
We are still trying to figure out if we can sell it. This is not a house transaction. This is selling a large piece of property. And it's not that I'm waiting for the biggest offer. It's not that I'm just trying to do my due diligence as a member of this board to figure out what the best course to make is. And to me, that's going to take some time. And I'm just throwing that out there.
I don't understand why you don't understand our point of view here.
I certainly can understand that you say you want to do your due diligence, and you say, we're still going to think about whether or not we want to sell it. At that point, I'm not sure that Mr. Gerlach still wants to be able to give you a cash offer or be interested in buying it. When you come to a conclusion, he will probably cross that bridge when he gets to it.
And Mr. Bube, it's not whether or not we want to sell it. In some ways, it's whether or not we can sell it and what the money can be used for. We're still trying to figure that out, and we have been working hard and had special meetings.
No, I totally understand.
I'm saying we're coming from good faith, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, in terms of good faith, I just would point out if you had any contract provision that said you don't have the ability to sell it, then if you don't have the ability to sell it, then you can't sell it, and you wouldn't be able to give us good title to it. So you'd be out of any kind of agreement. So that particular issue, you know, maybe it's just because I deal with real estate and contracts all the time, so I have a whole different proposal. I don't see that as an issue. I see all the right-of-ways as being what's there and how to deal with it. And whatever terms are there, and if what you're saying, and that's fine, okay? There are just, here's what it is. If you're saying that you want 4 or 5 more months, which it would be what I'm hearing people go through, then I need to take that back, and my client will respond and do whatever he wants to do with it. What's on the table and what has clearly been said is he wanted to be negotiating in good faith, whatever terms you would want to have to see if he could come to an agreement. And if the terms that you want to have are things that he won't be able to live with, then you wouldn't be able to have a contract anyway. And we're wasting a lot of time and energy on something that may not happen. So, you know, At this point, it appears to me that the board is not sure that it wants to sell the property, not sure under what terms it would want to sell the property, and wants to investigate whether it can sell it, what it can do with the money, and it's going to follow that particular procedure until you can have any conversation with any buyer or tell anybody what might happen with it.
Well, we met with him, and I think part of it is that Tom and I were able to meet with him, but we haven't yet, as a board, discussed that conversation or, you know, what was raised. So I think our perspective is, you know, do we want to sell it? Possibly. Can we? Yeah, definitely we can. It's our property. But we need to weigh, you know, all angles. Like, is the 1.5 million in our hands today the best thing for Proctor? For Proctor. And I'm not saying anything against Chittenden or Pittsford or anything. They're fine. They're our neighbors. But the main interest is our people and, you know, what we will do best for our town. So we just want to weigh that, you know, will the timber help us through the years more so than just having that money invested? And that's what we want to look at, you know. And I think the turnaround on a lot of these questions can be quick. I don't think it could be 5 months. I think by then we definitely, I know I do, I want to make a decision one way or the other because I don't want to keep bringing this up every meeting and figure out what are we doing.
Well, the one thing on a
Maybe not
purchase
selling
and sale agreement, because I know having elections or doing it, and there was an expectation that there would be a petition of 5% people, so you'd have to have it at a town vote, and lots of times you want to have them at the town meeting so you can save on your cost and do that, and in order to have anything on the town meeting, it has to be warned X number of days before the town meeting. So if you add the 30 days that they have to file a petition, then you'd want to have a purchase and sale agreement if you were trying to get to the town meeting, to have the people vote on a town meeting. You would need to be doing something now. If that's not what your schedule is, well, that's not what your schedule is. So, I mean, that's
Right, well,
that's
there's
the
a lot of
only reason why I
logistics,
put that
but
out
I
there.
think, and I'm only speaking for myself, I would like to see it move forward in some respect. No matter what the outcome is, just let's move forward and keep this, you know, keep it going quickly, instead of just going, well, what should we do, you know, back and forth, because that's not gonna help anybody. So I think once we can all talk and we can kind of figure out, you know, and hear back from all these people, you know?
Okay.
And I think he understands that. I felt like when we talked to him, he was fine with everything we said. He was settled in saying, okay, we understand, you have to get all your ducks in a row, and I'm here, and this is what, you know, and he was very upfront with us on what he was gonna do, and
But one of the very nice things is the fact that we have a camera, and he's able to watch all of the meetings, so he's able to see exactly what transpired, and will be able, listening to your conversation, so for me to carry on a conversation with you, it's extremely helpful, because then he can actually look at it, interact, because
Right.
he can't be here
Right.
all the time. So I thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on that particular subject?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah. Will you excuse me, please?
I'm curious how the investment firms were solicited.
Yes.
Yes, I'm curious how they were solicited. Did you put out an invitation, or how did you select whatever investment firms you have in front of you, because you haven't mentioned them by name? And since they're on the table, they're part of the public record, so you could mention them by name.
I guess I'll answer that one. Edward Jones, we're working with on 2 other retirement plan, and the Peterson Fund, Community Bank, People's United has got the Proctor Trust Fund. They're familiar with us. The Community Foundation is a foundation that I'm familiar with and working with. No, they did not go out for requests for quotes. I selected 3 different types of firms, one a brokerage firm, one a bank, and one a foundation. I think there's The response we got are statements of qualifications. They are not detailed proposals. I think what the board did tonight was to interview them. But no, they did not go out for requests for proposals, and I don't think there's a need to go out for requests for proposals.
When you meet with them, will they be in executive session or public session?
Public, I would think.
Yeah, probably gonna, the initial thing, yeah.
What would qualify it to be an executive session?
Maybe when we get down to talking more in depth, dollars and cents, investments and what have you.
After the interviews, any discussion that you had regarding the selection process could be done in executive session, especially if there are fees involved.
I am hopeful, because we were told at the last meeting, I think Carrie said it on a number of occasions, that a decision would be made about this issue this evening. And now we've circled back around to a special meeting. And unfortunately, maybe this meeting will be at a time when the average citizen, if they're interested, can attend. But unfortunately, you have a habit of holding special meetings at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which dissuades and doesn't allow people to attend. It seems like this issue is continuing going on and on with the same questions at every meeting, and that answers haven't been. I'm not sure where you're doing your investigation about who owns or how the property was obtained. I did a quick search today in the archives upstairs. I haven't seen anybody here doing that, so I'm not sure at what point that is. I'm just hopeful that this conversation will continue in public session and more so at meetings like this. So if you're unable to attend, everyone has the ability to know what's taking place.
And I was under the impression we were voting on this watershed today. But, because I also don't see a point of looking for an investment and that until we know if we're selling it. That's just my personal thing. That's why I came prepared today to vote, but if no one else is
You would
ready.
be comfortable voting tonight, yes or no, to sell this property to this person?
Not knowing how much our logging revenue could be or what these people could do for us.
Well, how do you, these people, it won't, where we invest the money has no pertinent part of whether we're gonna sell it or we're not gonna sell it. It's just a question, are we gonna sell it or are we not gonna sell it?
No, I think, to me personally, if somebody offers me $1.5 million and I know I can invest that money and it's going to grow twice as much as a timber sale every year, then that's a strong factor to consider in terms of the town and potentially lowering some of the, cost of living here. to
So I guess
people.
we have to come up with like, when are we gonna vote? Because I happen to agree, this is carrying on and on. Now we're like a month into it and we still haven't gotten anywhere.
Well, part of the problem, I think, too, and I've said this, I think, the last meeting, is that these people we invite don't show up. You know, we invite people to come and explain to us their situation, and they never show up. We have people from the town complaining about the sale, but they can't make it to a meeting.
Well,
You know?
agreed.
I'm sorry, I don't want the sale to happen, but I can't be there. So, whether we have the meeting at 3, at 6, some of these people just, I'm not gonna show up. So-
Proctor.
Yeah.
It's hard
Or
to.
do we just not make a decision and put it out for vote? Here are the facts.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't have the facts yet.
Well,
No.
that's what I'm saying. If we put it out for vote, it wouldn't be till town meeting. So,
Well, you could have a
No, we
special
could,
one.
we
Yeah,
could vote
I'd
without,
wanna
we
do
can make a
it
decision.
sooner than that.
The board can make a decision on selling it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Right.
but,
But there would be a special, I mean, we all know there would be a special town meeting, and
If
Yeah.
people objected to it only.
Well, there's a question there as to whether you want to make people circulate a petition or whether you just want to put it up for a vote.
Right. Without going through that.
without going through that hassle,
Good.
because I think you can be sure there will be a petition.
Yeah.
All that will do is extend it out
Oh.
further.
Right.
Because they may not turn the petition in until the last minute.
I guess it's hard, and that's the thing about being in a board, it's like, we get information, you guys don't have that same information. We can't talk unless we're all together. And it's like, okay, so, what is everybody's major concern? What, other than if, say, the 1.5 million is money in our pocket, and it's gonna grow over the years to really diminish other, costs to us, then what is it that's choosing us not to go that way? What's causing us to stay and say, no, let's hold on to this timber property and,
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, my concern is, and you've gotten to talk to Mr. Garlick, which is great, but I mean, are we better off logging the land, or are we better off with the money? And no one has been able to tell me really either way.
And I guess my question is too, where I'm kind of, a couple things actually. Okay, so this is still, could be considered backup water. We don't know. So, we're making a decision about the future that we don't know. So that kind of makes me hesitate to decide to sell it, because there's that part of me that says, this is a big commodity. This is a resource that we have in this town that benefits us. My second part of it is about the recreation, and it is about the fragmentation, which I find extremely important. And so that kind of has me scratching my head too. Is that really a sound decision to sell, or to, I guess I don't have, I don't see a reason to sell. We weren't looking to sell. It's a resource. I just don't feel comfortable selling it. But that's my opinion, and I haven't heard anything that changes my mind yet.
So basically, it's not the financial choice.
It's not about the financial choice, because it's not always going to be about the financial choice. Because maybe it is the financial choice. Maybe years down the road, we have no water. We have no water source for clean water. Then we're going to have to spend all that money to get that.
But whether that would ever change, I mean, the state forced us to change. And I'm sure if I don't believe that's a source that we could afford to run a whole new 6-mile pipeline and get the permits from the state. They said the water, it wasn't safe to drink, so we didn't have any choice than to put another well into this aquifer, and so I don't believe it's a source for the town. It could be a source for a smaller group of people. They might get it through the state, but I don't believe the state of Vermont is going to say all of a sudden, oh, you can use this now.
This is the same state that's left a car in the Otter Creek
Yeah.
for how
So-
long? I would just also say, it's much easier to spin through $1.5 million. And even when you speak to the investment firm and figure out what the investment is, whether you're going to put it in stocks, whether you're going to put it in bonds, whether you're going to put it in blue chip, high risk, low risk, what you're going to do, you're going to be paying someone a good chunk of change. But it's much easier to spend through the money than you have in your hand, rather than with the forest and knowing what the forecast out is for the timber harvest and being able to plan for projects, which is what those who have come before us have done, and those that come after us should have the ability to do. There is no guarantee with the stock market. Anyone that has investments knows that. You win big, you lose big. So you own land, it's static. And that land is going to regenerate itself just as it did before, and that's why we continue to log that land.
Yes, Justin.
Just a quick statement. I think we're putting the cart before the horse. You need to find out if this land may be worth over $2 million first. Skip those investment counselors until after you've done the appraisals. The appraisals are, you should have several people doing appraisals on different items here, not just one fellow local doing an appraisal. You need to know what your water's worth. I have a feeling, if this was my property, I wouldn't sell it for less than $2 million. And then you go from there with your investments.
Want to buy it for $2 million?
I'm not against the town of Proctor selling the land. If I was sitting where the board of directors are right there, my thing is, who do you sell it to? That's the main thing. If you sell it to an individual, there's no guarantee the gates are going to be locked, how that land's going to be treated, what's going to be the result to the water, what's going to be the result to the wildlife, what's going to be the result to the people of Vermont. If you sell it to a public organization who will maintain it and guarantee access, you'll still get your money. But the people of Vermont and everything that depends on that land will be better off. As was said before, this is not a dump truck or a front-end loader. This is a living organism that you have there. It's like selling your daughter or selling your grandmother, whatever it happens to be. It's a living organism. And what that land becomes is your responsibility. It's belonged to Proctor for 116 years. There's no hurry. If you sell it in 5 years' time, that's good. Take the timber resources. But if you can find a buyer that maintain it and then give public access, that land will just pay dividends for the people of Vermont and for the land itself. To me, it's not a dollars and cents thing. It can be sold, but it may take a little bit longer. But the future of that land is what you really want to think about.
Well, I'm just going to say, and I'm only saying this to fill you guys in, okay? I'm not advocating for anybody. But when we met with him, he has owned land in Vermont for years, other places, okay? His family grew up here on a farm. He has land that's still there. He bought another plot of land, hasn't done anything with it. It's not like all these properties that he's owned for 60 years will have wind turbines on it or solar panels on it or is subdivided for housing and stuff. Nothing's been done other than to maintain it for his use. So I'm just speaking so you guys know what he shared with us. Am I wrong in anything that I said?
No, that's exactly what he said.
All right. So I just wanted to share that so everybody has the
I'll
same.
share some counter to that. I spoke here as a resident of Proctor, but I could speak as a member of Rutland County Audubon for over 45 years. Unfortunately, we've dealt with this gentleman, and that's not the experience we've had. We have an easement of like 40,000 acres, which he owns, and the people who negotiated that easement with us was that we would have access to the birds of that land and to monitor it for any bad things that came to it, if there was a timber harvest. Rutland County Audubon now is being denied access to that land. I didn't want to speak about this gentleman, but that's been our experience.
And he said he's gonna keep everybody off that land. That's stunning.
Well, he said he has an easement with Long Trail that he said he would.
He would honor that.
He would honor.
That's a nook up in the corner.
I don't know where it is.
I'd like to address the board just for a second to this gentleman. When the property changed hands, the Audubon Association presented him with what they were going to do, when they were going to do it. with no concern for him as a new landowner. It was an uncomfortable letter, and there are two sides to each story here. So Mr. Gerlach is all about conservation, doesn't want to develop it, and it should be noted that he would be a good steward to the forest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, do you think we should just have a public meeting and bring this forward so that we don't waste anybody more time? Because if we waste time going through with, these investors and people keep coming out of, the
Right.
woodwork, saying, oh, I object because of this. I mean, we had somebody from town who said they do not want it sold, but why don't we reconsider subdividing it and selling it into lots?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we have those people too in town, like, okay, we don't want to sell it because the water and the birds and the environment and the trails, which I get, but let's, I don't want it sold to this guy, but we could subdivide it and get a lot more money. So it's like, I think we have too many opinions and ideas coming, and if we just come to the conclusion, yeah, we're selling it, no, we're not, we're still gonna go through, like you said, it's gonna be a elongated process, months out, until we get everybody in town to put their, their comments and stuff in.
I think we should bite the bullet and have a vote, spend the money.
I think we should too. I just think this is a town property. It is not just like one single seller and one single buyer. So it makes it much more complicated.
If you went for a special town meeting with a generic warning, the generic being, shall the select board be authorized to sell the Proctor 1,600 acre Proctor Watershed for not less than 1.5 million, yes or no? Without answering any questions as to what you're gonna do with it. Just yes or no.
Right.
So it would just be a vote, they just go in and vote?
You vote yes or no, whether to sell it or not sell it. I mean, that's one way of doing it. The other way is to complicate it by putting how you're gonna invest the money and how long you're gonna do it, et cetera,
wanna
et
do that.
cetera.
No, that would really,
That's just gonna muddy the waters.
yeah.
But
And then
by-
I believe that would, Mr. Mube, I think, is looking for that, a yes or a no.
Yeah, yes, there's something that you should also know is that that vote would not negate the requirement when you did enter into a contract with somebody, that if 5% of the people signed a petition, that you'd have to have another vote. It doesn't preempt the requirement of that, because the only way you can convey the property with good title is that you have a contract. You have to provide notice. If 5% of the people come forward and ask for a vote on that contract, then it has to go up for vote again. So I just wanted to make sure
Right, so it's just gonna belong, yeah.
you were aware of that. That's one of the advantages of, you have a contract, you can put the contract up. Do you want to sell it under these terms or not? Yes or no. That gives something, and that would take care of the title issue. The way you're talking about doing it just would require probably 2 votes. And
I think we need an opinion as to whether it would require 2 votes or not. If the board was authorized to sell it, I don't think there's need to say, sell it to who.
No, I think. if
And
we
again, I would,
cleared up-
I don't know the answer to that. I will find that out.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Whether, if the actual agreement would have to have a separate vote.
The only thing about a generic vote to me is that I feel like it's never, there's no closure. People either go in and say, no, I don't want it, without any understanding of the benefit it could be to the town, or, what the negative impacts are. So, I don't know, I just think people in a room at a meeting, being able to say yea or nay and throw out questions,
Well, wouldn't,
put it to rest better than all of a sudden, 60% vote no, and then, okay, we can't sell it, but why? You know what I mean? Like, why don't they want us to sell it? Or why do they want us to sell it or something? I don't know. That's
I just want to clarify, because I don't know if I'm understanding this, but, I mean, it would be a special town meeting, so there would be a debate beforehand. There would be people saying what they thought either way, and then we would recess and have the vote.
I thought he was just saying a vote. It's like you
Well,
vote for.
you have to have an informational meeting.
Yeah, so
Okay, so it would be at the
people would be
same
able to
meeting.
speak, yeah.
It'd be at the same meeting, or you could hold one ahead of time if you want to cut down the conversation. But it would, I'm assuming this will be a floor vote,
Okay.
and at a floor vote, you know what happens at floor, you get discussion
Right.
on the floor vote.
Yeah.
So people would be able to talk, they would be able to see what
Okay,
they were
yeah,
thinking.
okay, if that's the case.
And then we would vote and we would
Yeah,
have an idea of
definitely.
what was going on.
Because you're gonna end up having it anyway.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, you can have a
exactly.
vote.
Some, yeah.
It's not a yay or nay, it's a show of hands too. when you do it. 'Cause you have some.
If 7 people request a show of hands,
Yes,
You'll-
rather than loud voices.
or a paper vote, because there may be people there who don't want to raise their
No.
hand, yes or no.
I think a paper vote would be.
It just-
Yes.
7 people ask for a paper ballot, and you get a paper ballot.
Well, let's check with our lawyer.
Yeah.
about,
Yeah,
2 things. One is whether is a floor vote versus a Australian ballot. And 2 is whether, if you voted a generic, do you need to go back again?
Yes,
And sooner
Okay.
rather than later.
yes.
Yes, I would do.
For clarification, what would be the work that you're voting on? How would the proposition be?
How would the question be worded?
What would the question?
That has not been finalized, but my thoughts are, not necessarily the board's, is it would be very generic to the point of, shall the select board be authorized to sell the 1,600 acre Chittenden property for an amount not less than 1.5 million? How they sell it is up to the select board.
Or when they sell it?
What?
Or when they sell it?
Or when they, no.
no,
This
if,
would,
just
they
if,
they would be authorized to sell it whenever they felt if they wanted to sell it, they could sell it.
And the citizens would still have the opportunity to petition.
You can always petition a
Well,
vote.
I think that's the piece that you missed when you were talking about the 2 votes. That you
Well,
can vote that.
Now, what Bill was talking about was voting on the actual contract.
I'm sorry, okay. Because he also spoke.
But yes, you can vote for a revote if you
No,
file a
not a
petition.
revote, but to petition, if they do sell, you still have the right to petition the sale.
What I am thinking, and I can stand to be corrected, is if you have a special town meeting and you vote either yes or no to sell the property on a generic basis, the voters have 30 days to ask for a revote of the same article. So it would be the same question would be on the table. The question that Bill raised was if they gave an aye to the generic sale of property, would the actual individual contract have to go back for a revote? And that's the question I don't have the answer for, and that's the one that we'll find out.
It does seem, though, leaving it open-ended a bit much. It would seem like even with the question, if that's going to be your question, there should be a 5-year or a 5-year time limit on it, rather than leaving it open.
let's talk with our attorney and,
The question is whether you want to proceed in this direction, or do you want to proceed in the direction that Ben was looking at of the economic comparison?
let's get a sense from the,
Find out what the town wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
yes,
That's what I think we should
Let's
find
not
out what the
spin our
town wants
wheels,
to
I
do.
mean,
yeah.
I think that's the
Let's get a sense from.
diligent, due
a
diligence
vote
would
from
be
the
done then for
Townspeople,
us.
the taxpayers.
Mm-hmm.
But you will have to answer some questions at the public
yeah.
public meeting.
Well, and so between now and then, we can be getting our.
You can
Yes,
information.
we've
That's
got
what I was
time.
asking about, which is what is the cost benefit analysis?
Yes.
Yeah, so we've got another, probably at least 30 days to do that.
You mean, hold it, town meeting in 30 days?
Yeah, that's the warning.
Warning.
Well, wait, no, it's time out.
Well-
We're still asking Alan whether or not there would
Yeah,
be a
we've
second
got
vote,
it.
so we got another week besides that. I mean, this
Yeah.
is,
I mean, it's your next regular meeting,
Yeah.
we would have an article prepared for a special town meeting. And you can debate the article and reform it however you want to reform it. At the same time, I think going through and interviewing the investment firms and selecting one, because somebody's going to ask you the question, what are you going to get for your 1.5 million over the next 50 years?
So we have that in our back pocket.
So if we are asked about getting another survey, another assessment of that land, what is the answer going to be? Is that something that we are going to consider, to get it surveyed and get
Be another appraisal,
an appraisal? Yes.
When was the last one done?
2015. And that was a so-called fair market value at that time. Did not take into consideration any of the items that may have been brought up regarding water usage or the new one that came in today, which you have in your packet, of mitigation. That if somebody wanted to put in wind turbines in East Overshoe, New Hampshire, or East Overshoe, Vermont, they could come down to Proctor and buy mitigation for their project. And how much is that worth? I mean, that's getting into a specialized type assessment rather than just a real estate assessment.
Yes.
It's kind of like your contract to do an evaluate on the Green Mountain Power Station. It's a specialist type person to do it.
And, certainly would want Alan there at our next meeting so that we can.
Discuss the article and rewrite it
Yeah.
if you have to.
So we don't put that off for another week or two.
Right.
So conversation would take place, I'm sorry, at a special meeting or in a regular meeting? So Stan's saying a regular meeting, you're saying a special meeting.
You said our next regular meeting.
Yeah.
I said your next regular
Regular
meeting,
meeting.
to have an article prepared,
Right.
sent out with the agenda ahead of time, or sent out as soon as we have it prepared.
And we should get our questions answered before that. Right.
Yeah.
Fine with me.
So you'll get the amount from the forester too?
Yep. We're gonna try, you select a consultant next week,
Right, yep.
Yeah.
and I badgered Andy to see what he thinks the next harvest will be after this one we're on to now. And that'll give you as a 10-year revenue.
All right.
Okay,
Beat this one enough, haven't we?
yes.
Says 4:30, so I'll call the meeting to order. And review and approve the agenda. Any additions?
Make a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. I just want to kind of go over our meeting rules and what have you here. Thanks for everybody for coming. At such meetings, the public will be afforded reasonable opportunity to give its opinion on the matters to be considered by the select board, and that is just the interviews for the investment firms. So we're not going to cover anything else but questions regarding that portion of it. I hope you weren't planning on making a lot, but we'll go from there. And at the beginning of each select board meeting, there will be up to 15 minutes afforded for open public comment. Each person shall be limited to 3 minutes unless by majority vote. the select board increases the time. And we'll adjust from there, so. And please remember that the select board meeting is a meeting open to the public, not a public meeting. Public comments discussed by the select board, if not offered during the open public comment period, may be offered during the meeting with permission of the chair or majority vote. If comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Okay. With that, I'll go through the list here. Justin, do you have anything regarding?
No.
Okay. Joshua Hart?
I guess I'd like to clarify, in your opening statement, comments in regard to the sale of the parcel on Chittenden are invited or not?
Not.
Okay.
Just for the interviews.
Okay.
Scott Anderson?
Sure, my name's Scott Anderson. I'm a little put off, confused by that restriction. I reviewed the meeting of November 25th, and I had submitted an email to you folks earlier in November, and there was some conversation around the fact that I had submitted the email, but was not appearing in present. So here I am, and now it sounds like I'm not going to be able to speak to the issue that I'd like to speak to.
Yes, no, sorry for the.
Monday night.
Yeah, Monday night would be the time to come if you're available. So, sorry about that. But, John Anderson.
All set.
Yeah, okay. Reg Ryan.
All set.
Okay. Mary Lou Bolt.
All set?
Okay. Tim Bucci.
All set.
Hope I didn't.
Not close.
I know the feeling. Steve? Steve? Okay. Doug Todd?
All set.
Dave Dutton?
All good.
Dean Southworth?
All good.
Joe Manning?
Siri doesn't have me mute.
Ava and Spencer Lanning?
I'm all set.
Yeah. Thank you. Jim Carroll? Thank you. Yes. And we have Jeremy Carroll from,
Want me to stand up here or sit down?
I would,
yeah,
why don't you grab a chair and get right in the middle, right in front of Judy, or wherever the board would like to get. No, you can go over there.
Sit right here or sit right in the middle?
What's more comfortable for you?
Standing.
right here.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. And Jeremy's from Edward Jones.
Yeah, I'll just stand, so everyone can see me. First, just thanks for the invitation, the opportunity, and your time to be here to introduce myself and tell you more about me and my business. My name is Jeremy Carroll. I'm a financial advisor with Edward Jones Investments. I have a branch office in the Rutland community on North Main Street. I primarily work with people in the Rutland County area, and really was invited here just to tell, I guess, the board and the community a little bit more about what I do and how I go about doing it. As a financial advisor, my number one responsibility when working with individuals, families, businesses, nonprofits, municipalities, is to do what's in their best interest and to put strategies strategies in play to protect your assets. I take that very seriously, as people are trusting me with their hard-earned money, savings, etc. And there was a specific way that I go about doing this. Essentially, an established process that one identifies goals you or the town has. And after really understanding what's important, what the goal is of perhaps investing, is developing something that's very personalized and tailored to the goals. Everyone is different. So it's important that I take the time and essentially do my own homework and due diligence to ensure that we are working in a way that is truly geared towards your goals. Now, we haven't defined those yet. This is sort of the beginning stages. We call it an interview. I think something that's really important is to talk about value that a financial professional can offer. If you don't have experience working with a professional, I'm really happy about the work I do as it impacts people's lives tremendously. So behind that, there's a real commitment of time, energy, resources that goes behind providing a very good experience to the clients. I'm not alone. My office, I have a partner. So there's a team at my office that works together to service our clients. Her name is Kim Doan. She's what is called a branch office administrator. But we work together to help people. I'm going to use my knowledge, my experience, my expertise to come up with some personalized investment plans for anyone that I work with. But most importantly, this plan needs to be suitable for the client, not suitable for me. So again, client-centric is number one for me. It's my intention to have a long career with Edward Jones. I think that's important to realize because having someone to work with throughout time is very important. Someone that it's kind of having a consistent person to work with over time is very important because you are developing a relationship that's built on trust and following through on the actions that you commit to doing. A little overview of sort of my current business. In my office, we service over 300 households. Many of these households have multiple accounts and various different goals and plans. These include people that are just individuals, families, as I mentioned, nonprofits, municipalities, small, medium-sized businesses, and most of my work is done within Rutland County. And just a little bit more about myself personally. I'm local. I was born in Rutland, raised in Rutland. I went to MSJ, stayed in state for college. I moved away for 2 stints outside of Vermont, but returned here to settle. I live in the Rutland area. I'm 43 years old. I have a soon-to-be 8-year-old. Very active in the community. I like giving back. So I'm actively involved in volunteer activities through like the Rotary Club, Alzheimer's Association. Fundraising is fun. Giving back is fun. And I'm really passionate about those things. Really a little bit about me and some of my philosophies or ideas of how I go about working with the town. Might there be any questions, or is this a time for any questions?
Sure. So, I guess my goal in having you here, or anybody else here, is just to kind of, and I don't know if you can even speak to this or give us a decent answer, but if we were to come into a large lump sum of money and to invest that, obviously there's risks. There could be a 2% growth, there could be a 4%, whatever. But I guess first, do you service other municipalities at all? Yes. Or are you strictly residential? And do you see the potential of a large growth out of that money over time?
I do service other municipalities. I do manage similar amounts of money with experience in accounts like this. Risk and return do go hand in hand. So I do need to sit down and figure out what's the appropriate amount of risk that you're looking to take. It can be little to no risk. It will kind of determine maybe the investment vehicles that we would use. I use a questionnaire. It's 6 questions. It makes you think about your money going up and down. So it creates a profile that I can then use to tailor investments that are suitable based on your risk sort of profile. I won't make any recommendations until we've gone through that process. And yes, the money will grow over time. At what rate? I can't say because it does depend on how we invest the money.
And, as far as what is your fee structure? Do you commission? How do you base that?
Yeah, there's a variety of ways that I'm compensated. It really depends on how we invest the money. But there are ways that I'm paid, say transactionally or commission-based, when you're placing trades. So I'm compensated through transactional business. Some accounts, rather than paying transactional fees, pay service fees monthly. And that's based on a percentage of your account's value.
Do you have a ballpark, like 1%, 2%?
The service fee for the monthly program starts at 1.35%.
And that's based on the value of the account.
Yes.
For the trades.
Not the trades. So you're not paying individually for trades. You're paying a fee for all the services that we're going to provide. So that does include the trading, the buying, the selling. That includes the administrative things that we're doing, the research, the time. It's all wrapped into one. Now it does depend on what you invest in. Some instruments don't have any fees. You guys are familiar with using certificates of deposit. They're safe, they're insured, they pay you some interest. There are no fees to park your money into a certificate of deposit or what's called like a money market. Those are very low risk, low return options, but provide a lot of protection. But I also trade things like individual stocks, individual bonds, mutual funds. If you're not familiar with mutual funds, they are a big basket of investments. They can be both stocks and bonds inside of them. We trade what they call exchange-traded funds. There's lots of things, treasuries, very large variety of investments. The idea is just to figure out which investments make the most sense for you, and even make the most sense in terms of cost structure. In our branch, we practice every year reviewing what your costs were for the last 12 months, and what did we provide for service. Stocks, mutual funds, bonds have different pricing structures. Sometimes it's based on how many dollars go into it. We would be very transparent about costs if we were to create some sort of proposal. Okay, you're going to know that up front. Do you have a question, Ben? I know you.
1.5%, I'm guessing that is based on.
1.5?
1.35. I'm just asking, is that based on the amount invested? So if you have a higher amount invested, that the fee would start at 1.35%, but lower amounts would have a higher.
Yes.
And
so I say start at.
Right.
Okay, that's at the bottom 1 point, or at the high 1 point.
The high end of investment, bottom end of the fee structure.
All right. So in a large sum of money, you guys are going to be paying a lot less in more fees. Be able to see that, what's that look like on a monthly, annual basis. A lot of it comes down to, again, what's the investment goal and what are we going to use for investments to say, all right, here's the cost. another important aspect of this is, I need to know what, I asked Dan about this, if the municipality, does the town have any guidelines on like an investment policy statement that shows what's restricted and what's acceptable? A lot of municipalities have those things in place as a guideline when they're working with financial professionals.
Never have any money to invest?
Good point, Steve.
It's a good question, Judith, though. Thank you.
Someone have a question?
Sir? Or for me or for? What's that? Yes.
Right?
That's one option. The 1.35 based on, it's a percentage of your account value, which is. They can be liquid, so we want to define liquidity needs, potential cash needs. We need to define all of these things to really put together a very comprehensive plan. So it's important for me to know if there's accessibility needs, liquidity needs, and so that's 12 months, 2 years, 3 years. Hello?
Carrie, you got any questions? Tom?
We were comparing our return on our logging operation to you, what you could do with that money, so we would like some kind of a ballpark. You know, if we need to give you some more information.
Please.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'm sure Stan can provide that for you.
And some estimates?
Yes.
When you guys have a sense of really what, if you were to go this route, what's the most important? Or what your expectations are of working with and managing the money?
Yeah, I think we certainly want to be very rather conservative on that scale and the thing.
Well, I think, I'm not, my expectation.
Please share.
But is that, you know, if we were to go that route, would the investment be worthwhile of giving up everything else that'd be giving up, you know, by giving up the property? Versus, you know, our timber sales, if it's, you know, if you're getting, say, $300,000 every 3 years from timber sales, and our investments are only yielding us $250,000, then where's the value? You know? So that's my concern, that's why.
Yeah.
It's not worth it to get a lump sum of something that's not gonna be, you know, advantageous for you down the road.
Yeah. I mean, again, if I can gather some more information, so that I know what I'm really sort of comparing it to, and then keeping in mind, being conservative, and, utilizing things that are more protective. You gotta be very responsible in investing the town's money.
Yeah.
You gotta be very responsible. And sometimes maybe the risk is not worth, maybe not worth it. That's a decision you guys gotta come up with, but you wanna weigh both.
Now, the municipalities that you say you represent, are they compatible to Proctor?
Small municipalities.
Do you have any questions?
Just a question is, how long a process and how intense is the process to come up with a projected return on revenue over the next 10 years? And we need an answer in 15 days.
It's plenty.
Is that possible?
Yes.
I mean, how much time is the board going to have to spend with you?
I still want to do my due diligence. Really, the whole risk factor is big for me. It's really my basis. I said that protecting the money is of utmost importance. We do want to see it grow. But certainly I can put together a few options I would consider conservative, or really conservative, as a sample. I know it'd be difficult to meet with you all together, but 15 days is plenty of time to put together a couple samples.
I think that's all.
Yeah.
Please.
Yes.
This has to have a vote of the board.
Yes.
No, the chair, he can speak to the chair. The chair can approve it, him speaking, or the majority of the board. Correct? So I
We
would say
want
let him
one.
speak.
Sure.
So I had a question, I just wondered if we could put on the table some real numbers. If we are talking about principal preservation as a goal of the town with these funds, could you speak to what the current rates are for CDs or
Sure.
money market accounts?
Yeah.
Just, 2-year or 3-year CDs?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a low rate environment. CDs for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year fluctuate. Right now, they're anywhere, say, from 1.6 to 1.8. They are changing daily. The Federal Reserve, if you followed it, is responsible for where our interest rates lie. And they've reduced rates 3 times this calendar year. Money markets are around the same, but money markets don't offer you to lock in that fixed rate, and it's variable. And it's likely that it could continue declining. Currently, some money market rates we have, I worked with a client yesterday, it was 1.54%. CD rates are a little bit higher right now, and could be more valuable to lock something in, knowing that rates as a whole would be kind of sliding down slowly. Then again, a year from now, rates could be back on the rise. You never know. Last year, rates were hiked multiple times, went upwards. And the Federal Reserve was telling the public that they were going to continue raising rates into 2019. And then early this year, their plan changed, and they went on a rate cutting program. So sometimes it's really hard to tell, even in 12 months from now, where rates might be.
Could you speak in a range of the last 5 years' experience?
Well, even just a year ago, I mean, rates were as high as about 2.8. Just a year ago. 2.8, 2.75, 2.65, didn't hit above, didn't hit 3%. 5 years ago, they were lower than they are now. So they've been slowly raising rates over time, systematically. And again, that was their plan in terms of the messages they were relaying to the public. And that changed, but we've been, in a while, we've been in a low rate environment. Really hard to predict. Yes, sir. So hypothetically, like if you purchased a CD or a money market, but once you purchase, again, I'm using a CD, you've locked that in for whatever term you've committed to. So it wouldn't matter what current rates would be doing. It would matter when the CD matures and rates are much lower than they were initially. It depends on what's in the portfolio. Being a bit general, some types of investments are more impacted by the rise and fall of the interest rates. If interest rates continue to go down, stepping outside of CDs or money markets, things like bonds, their yields are gonna be going down as well. And then what happens with bonds as they're maturing, they're coming from a higher rate, they're maturing, and then they're then being reinvested into new bonds that are generally at much lower rates. So the income you yield from those type of investments could drastically change from one point to another.
Well,
Does that make sense?
thank you, yes, thank you, Jeremy, and appreciate.
Can you just, I don't remember, I remember hearing the figures, but what we get a year for a timber sale, typical timber sale, is it, how many thousands of dollars do we make on it?
The last sale we had was 300,000 plus. Next sale will be equivalent to about that, except that the town will have to construct a road in order to access the tract that's going to be logged next. The estimated cost for that is about 100,000, so we would net out about 200,000. Following up on that sale, there would be another one, a smaller sale, probably in the range of 100 to 150,000. These are numbers that I've talked with the forester about. He hasn't given us documentation as to what it is.
And Stan, what's the time span of that over how
10
many
years.
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years, the 200,000 plus 100,000, you're looking at around 3.
You're saying that's generally when the timber is cut, about every 10 years?
Well,
To earn that?
His forest management plan has got the 2 tracks that he's talking about now. And then if you look at the rest of the plan on his tracks, it's wait 10 years and see. Because the forest management plan is good for 10 years and then has to be rewritten. So essentially what he's saying is these areas are not worth doing in the next 10 years, but they may be logged shortly after the 10 years is up or maybe 20 years away. So he can't give a 50-year projection. He can estimate the amount of timber that's standing there right now. But it's not going to be up for marketing according to the plan, because we got to follow the plan.
Dan, Bruce, Judy,
Yeah.
Tom,
Yeah, thank you.
Ben, Gary, thank you. I appreciate your
Yes,
time
thank
very
you.
much.
It was coming in
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, 5 o'clock.
Yes.
I think he's upstairs. Is it next to the guy? Gentlemen?
I don't know. We don't know. Presented by Kelly Kimball.
Good evening. My name is Gary Gibbs. I work for People's United Advisors. I used to work in Rutland. I work in Middlebury. Have been with the firm for right about 20 years. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Right about 20 years, sorry. And my client base, our client base is very diverse. It includes municipalities, it includes foundations, individuals, all over the world, with some link typically back to Vermont, whether it's ancestral or a second home or something like that. So what we do is we manage accounts and relationships based on the circumstances for the client. So generally what we will do is we will start with an investment policy statement that lays out things like the history, the purpose, time frame, things like that. And it is especially important in foundations and organizations because, as we know, these boards change. And they can change significantly, and especially in a town where the money may be 50-year money or 100-year money. Right? It's in perpetuity. So we start with an investment policy statement. I do the investment side of the account. So I choose securities, and there's a team of us that follow different sectors of the stock market. We have a bond analyst. Most of the analysts are in Vermont. I do have some peers in Connecticut and Massachusetts. Our footprint is 5 states now, and I don't know exactly how much we own. Is it $10 million? It might be $10 million. So, so our objective with all of these is to maintain a level of service, transparency, and be flexible and adaptive to the client as time goes on. And I do think it's absolutely critical to have this investment policy statement, because again, this group can be significantly different in 5 years or 10 years, certainly in 20 years. So that's a little background on me. We work as teams, so I am not the only one who's making decisions about specific accounts that I'm responsible for. It's a team effort, so we have a healthcare analyst, I follow the industrial sector, and then we kind of bring ideas together and decide if they're appropriate for our client base, and then we will institute those changes. We do have the latitude to do socially responsible investing, if that is critical to a client's needs. Whether it's alcohol, tobacco, we manage the money for school districts, and some of those leave out that factor of the investment board. So I'll turn it over to Kelly, and she can discuss her role.
I'm Kelly Kimball, work with Gary. I actually sit in the Burlington office, however, my position is based out of Rutland, so I'm in the Rutland area quite frequently throughout the year. Some of you probably recognize me from being on the other side, from one of the funds that you receive money from. So I would be the frontline person that has the main contact directly with the client. So any of the needs that you have, whether it's money for certain projects or things you have going on, I would be the first person that you talk to. We talk about how much you need and kind of the time frame, and then I would work with Gary as far as selecting what assets in the time frame, what to sell and when to sell it to raise the money for you. So really I'm frontline. Obviously you can speak directly with Gary too, but Gary and I would talk based on conversations that I have with any of you.
It is, our business is very personal. It's also unique to each client. So we do not employ one set tactical or strategic outlook for every client. There are nuances, there are variations, whether it's cash, type of income, time frame, things like that. So there are a whole host of different scenarios, and it is possible, and I think it's true, that every client has unique circumstances. And our business is very, very personal, and it's something that is filled with all sorts of nuances. But I can tell you that in your situation, in any town, there are some references here, that any town managed money that I manage, it's 50-year or 100-year money, right? These towns ideally are in business well after we're all gone. So when we look at overall accounts, it's very important to set some objectives and some cash needs and continue on that path until something significantly changes with the town that might then prompt a change in what we're doing. So we're very flexible, very transparent, and our goal is to meet the criteria of each and every client. Sometimes that's difficult, but we like a challenge. So are there any questions that you folks have for us? I know, I think probably we have there are some pretty tedious slides in there about portfolio construction and things like that. I don't know if this is the forum for those kind of topics, but again, we start with a broad view of each circumstance and then adapt as time goes on.
I wanted to ask these questions because I asked the other person. I want to be consistent. So you mentioned you work with other municipalities. Are they similar to Proctor, size-wise? Are they larger municipalities, smaller?
I would say about the same size. I don't know, what's the population of Proctor?
17.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say in the ballpark. I would say typically a bit more in assets than what we're talking about here. But some of these accounts I've been involved with for 20 years, and we as a firm have been involved for twice that time. So some of this obviously has changed with market returns and liquidity needs and all those things.
And I mentioned before that my purpose or my feeling on having you come in and present was just to do a comparison between what we utilize the property for now, what revenues we get from it, from logging, and then basically if we were to come into a lump sum of money and invest it, what would that return look like for us? And would it be compatible, or would it be, greater, or pretty much, similar? And you probably can't do it.
Well, I can give you some general themes, right? Real estate is a much different type of investment than a bond or a stock or an exchange traded fund, whatever it might be. Much different in liquidity and cost structure, right? So I think it's prudent for any of our clients to have some exposure to the real estate market, regardless of whether it's a personal home or a second home or whatever it might be, a woodlot. The cost structure, I don't know the rate of increase in taxes that the town has paid through the years. Are you paying tax on that property now, or is it?
For the temporary use.
Okay, current use, right. So I can tell you real quickly, I believe this, right? I believe the cost of us managing roughly $1.5 million is higher than the $4,000 you're paying in property tax. Just looking solely at that. The variation is rate of return and liquidity, right? I don't know how long it takes to propose a logging project and actually have a check in your hand, but it could be months, if not years, right? It depends. You have an idea of how long it takes?
So the current forest management plan has got 2 harvests in the next 10 years.
Okay.
And then redo the whole plan again every 10 years. So then it would look at what the next one would be.
So I think it's a difficult comparison because liquidity is so much different, cost structure is so much different, access to money is so much different. But if you look purely at cost and rate or cost increases, I'm going to say that our fees have not increased, at least for my personal situation, at the same degree of my property taxes. I'm not incurring use, give you a whole yeah, but so the other thing is that you have essentially instant access to this money, and you don't necessarily with a timber lot.
So if the rate of return on the timber lot, if we look over a 3-year period based on what we've had before, if it's like roughly a 4% return, do you see it be possible to get a 4%, something that high on an investment of $1.5 million?
What I can tell you is a sustainable, long-term distribution rate that, again, 50 or 100 years, is probably somewhere in that range, 3.5% to 4%. So I have a large family relationship, and they take 3.75% per year from this pool of assets. And the assets continue to grow. But again, we're not comparing individuals to a town. So to answer the question, yes, I think it's in the ballpark. The other thing that I wonder about is in Vermont, the quality of timber is high, especially the hard maple, right? World-class hard maple. So I think there's greater cyclicality to the standing timber markets than there is to, I would say, the general market in investing. And so that's why I'm going to include cash, stocks, and bonds. I would have to research that further, but that would be my initial inclination. Full disclosure, my brother is a forester for the state of New York. So I get all this information about standing timber. Anybody, Justin, probably at Northern Woodlands, excellent publication out of Grant, Vermont, that seems to have some of those things. So my experience with standing timber is very good. Thanks. So the one thing that I will tell you is that if something were to happen to Callie or myself or both of us, you have a team of people that have similar roles. I have colleagues in Rutland, I have colleagues in Bennington, I have colleagues in Burlington. I guess that's it in Vermont. But we cover the entire state. In my case, I have clients in the Caribbean, in Europe, Asia. So in today's world of communication, you can do those types of things. So I do think that, again, this investment policy statement, which may only be a page or two, lays out all the circumstances. And it's a living, breathing document, it doesn't have to be set in stone, as the town is going to choose. But I think that way, if somebody else is interested in coming onto this board, they can pick up this paper and say, okay, here are the criteria, rather than somebody coming in and saying, oh, this is a wasp nest. I can tell you with other towns that we manage money for, there's a tremendous amount of turnover. And that creates challenges. But if you have the general framework in place, I think you can deflect a lot of that.
And one other thing I wanted to add, because you had a question regarding our fees compared to repayment taxes. Because of another relationship that I manage that benefits the town of Proctor, we can actually combine, if you did sell it and we were managing it, we can combine the two relationships together for fee purposes. So the fee would probably be maybe approximately half of what you would have paid had you not combined it with this other account.
That's interesting to.
And I think we've had these other Proctor accounts certainly
Do
as
you
long
have
as that.
further clarification on how that would work, how you combine? Are you talking about the funds that the Union Church and School fund, or?
No, it's the Mortimer Proctor fund that I have.
Okay.
So everything is held separately, but because it benefits the town of Proctor, and this would also be for the town of Proctor, we're able to combine the two because it's a tiered fee schedule. So since that account is large enough, we'd be at the lowest tier, and so any of the new monies would be charged at the lowest tier.
So to answer your question, the actual calculation is a weighted average. We would apply 60 or 65 basis points or
60.
something like 60 basis
60 and a
points
half.
to all of that money, and then give the weighted portion to the Mortimer Proctor Fund and a weighted portion to this pool of money. So we are not commingling funds. They have their unique account numbers and unique circumstances, but for fee purposes, we combine them. And it's just a weighted average calculation. It's common in our business, especially for family relationships and towns.
Does that make sense? So neither one will see anything.
We're technically not a family relationship. I mean, we're two independent.
Right.
Right. Yep.
Right.
I mean, so this is independent money, so it does seem, so when you say half, are you saying half the price of taxes? Or are you saying?
No, of what your fee would have been. So we're not combining anything for any other purpose other than to give you a discounted fee because it's tiered. We've done this with other relationships. So even if, like individuals, if you and a sibling had accounts, you wouldn't see each other's information. It wouldn't be one account. You'd each have your own, but we'd combine them just for fees, so you both would benefit from a discounted fee. A lower fee because the more money you have, the lower fee your fee is.
Would it still be
Does that
more
make
than the
sense?
taxes, given what
Yes.
our current tax rate is?
If
Yes.
you're paying $4,000?
It'd probably be less than what I pay for property taxes, but yes, because of your
I think you would
discount.
end up paying about $6,000.
No, it's about
Nine? Okay, so more than that. So to answer your question, it is more. And these are hard costs, right? Just like a taxes.
Right.
It comes out of the account on a consistent basis.
Right.
Just as your taxes are paid on.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, when you mentioned before 3.5% to 4%, was I correct in what you said? Now, was that low risk, medium, or high risk to get that percent?
I would say it's moderate risk. So when you have a fund like this, or would have a fund like this, I would suggest that half the money, 55, maybe 60% of the money, is for generations that haven't been born yet, right? And if you give me 20 years or 30 years or 50 years, I'm prepared to take some minor incremental additional risk to get a higher rate of return because we're talking about decades. But then there's a portion of this money that could be used for a very short period of time, right? So then you have money that is much lower risk. That all gets mixed into kind of the investment policy statement. But I can tell you the difference is it's not personal money, right? There's no, lifespan or actuarial table for the town of Proctor, right? It's a long period of time. We hope it is. And we'll be optimistic. And so what you can see historically by taking incremental, additional, responsible risk, you can increase the rate of return and actually lower the risk level overall. Right? It's just like owning real estate and some stocks and bonds. Real estate's going to act differently. So there's a lot of different. In my world, we call it risk mitigation or negative correlation. Right? There are some assets that act much differently than stocks, and real estate is one of them. I'm sorry.
No, no.
Sorry.
Well,
Just the question is, the time frame that the board is under, if you're selected to come in and give us a projection, what time would we be looking for and how much input would the board have to be providing?
So I think the one point you can start with is the spending policy, right? Say, okay, we want to spend 3.5% or 4%, whatever the number is. And then we would go back to some asset allocation, the amount of stocks and bonds and cash, and say, okay, every year, every quarter, we're going to pay to the town, you know, that agreed upon amount. So the projection is very easy to do. You have to have some expectations of rate of return, which, as we know, can vary widely. You know, the last 10 years has been excellent. 2008, 2009, we thought the sky was falling. And since then, we've had 10 good years of stock rate returns. But there will be these cycles that will continue. And that's our responsibility, is to mitigate those risks.
You are aware the town does have some money in Proctor United Investments.
Good.
The cemetery.
Yep.
I think they're managed out of Bennington, huh?
Yeah.
With the individual.
Yeah, okay.
I'm looking at getting a better fee on that.
You should. You should.
Well, we can talk.
I'm sorry, are there any other questions? I want to make sure that we have everything. We appreciate your time, and use this as a resource, regardless of you know, how this plays out. You know, I do think that towns that have larger pools of liquid assets have significant advantages over their peers, right? You can deflect some costs, especially if they're significant, by using liquid assets. Not necessarily be able to do that with a timber sale. Just a different type of asset. I'm certainly not one to say one is superior to the other.
well, thank you very much. And
Yes, thank you for your time.
We'll,
Thank
you.
appreciate you coming down.
You still got one more, but you want to see it.
Yeah.
You and the foundation, whatever you want to do with that, before you make a decision.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you should make a decision at one of the next meetings tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're not gonna see them before Monday.
How are you? Doing good. Good to see you. Yes, sir. Keeping busy, aren't you? Oh, God, yes.
Next Thursday's the earliest.
Right. So we can make a decision on Monday, but we're not.
I think maybe you gotta select somebody, so.
Yeah, we're gonna send some.
Yeah, right. We have not there yet.
What's better, and, you know, if we get guesstimates from these people.
So Monday, you're planning on just making a decision on who we go with if we were to do that.
If you were to choose
Right.
one of these people,
Right, okay.
or you can wait until Thursday and see the other.
I'm fine with making a decision Monday.
Yeah, I don't think there's much difference.
Probably not. Yeah.
But let's discuss it on Monday.
Yes.
So then Monday, we'll have this on the agenda though, so people can come and talk.
What's that? It'll be on the agenda, yes.
Right, so those who came tonight to talk about the property,
See,
will talk about the property.
what will be on the agenda will be the special town meeting, which will open it up.
Yes.
To all the discussion as to what you're gonna, how you're gonna word the articles.
Right.
And that will open up to everybody. Depending upon how you structure the open meeting law.
Yeah.
Does everybody understand that?
Yeah.
Did you make that, does that make sense? So you all came here, is it okay? So you all came here tonight to basically talk about the watershed and the property, and we're gonna sell it, we're gonna keep it, and you really get to voice your opinions on that piece of it. So Monday you can, at the regular select board meeting. Does that make sense to everybody? I just add one more thing? Sorry. I feel like, if you have questions about a meeting or about what's going on, that you can feel free to reach out to any of us or Stan or something. I don't like using Facebook as a platform because lots of times communications get misconstrued and people start chiming in and it becomes a totally different beast than what we planned on. So I just kind of want you guys to understand that, you know, we're not sitting up here doing anything behind anybody's back. We're basically looking at the best interest of the town and we want the town's feedback, but we'd rather do it in a platform that is, you know, easily addressed and where you're gonna get true answers versus just negativity. So that's just my spiel.
I think we all agree with this.
I agree.
Yeah.
And calling us, you know, if you got a question, call us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Come to the meeting, we're glad to have you. This is a big decision for us, we definitely like your input.
Yes.
So you're all still open-minded, none of you have made your minds up yet, correct? You're going to actually listen to the townspeople?
Yeah.
You know, why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
You know,
It'll be a goal.
Yeah, it's a vote.
So we'll have some discussion Monday, and then we have talked about a kind of a town meeting in early January, so.
that cost us money, but
Yeah.
we think it's worth it.
Yeah, we really want to get people's input and what have you, so.
Are we under any time pressure at this point?
No,
I don't care if we are.
Yeah.
no, we're not.
Okay, thank you.
That's not, yes.
They keep telling us we are, but
So Bruce, I'm wondering if at some point, now you've got some information on investment returns for various types of investments, whether the town manager or the select board is gonna put together some type of financial analysis that sort of can be transparent to the residents of Proctor and also sort of your working model of how you're going about thinking about the pros and cons and weighing one choice versus another.
Yeah.
I have that in my head already, and I'm just, you know, I'm a little frustrated why you guys aren't getting to the point of sort of coming to conclusions already.
Because this is the first time they've shown up. We've had a hard time getting people at the table
yes.
to give us any information, and that's, you know, I mean, I think we all wish this was done.
And
Yeah.
I certainly got the wishy-washy feeling from both companies that, well, it could be, it can't be. I don't think we're going to get hard numbers.
Yeah, I mean, but when you're talking about principal preservation, your returns aren't gonna be that high. And I think, you know, as long as you folks recognize that, you know, you're not gonna get 8-9% returns likely here without putting the asset up at high risk.
I don't think we want to do that.
No.
That's what I think too. So, I mean, you know, you compare that to the annualized cost of the timber sales on a $1.5 million land, there's a return calculated around that, you know, call that 2.5-3%. So now you're talking apples to apples. They seem very comparable to me.
I think
Well,
that's what we're doing
to do.
here.
Yeah, we're trying to get this whole thing
Put it
together.
in a framework so you can all sort of
That's
get
what
the
we're
numbers
doing.
in.
Yeah, we're not trying to prolong it, but we want
We're
to
not
try to
gonna-
cover our bases here so that we can, you know, make a decision on it. And that's why we're planning on hopefully having some figures together and
Yeah,
can
so
discuss this.
if I could, I'm not being critical of you folks,
No.
I'm just, you know, the transparency is difficult for me, I'm trying to understand sort of the timber sale revenue, and, you know, information's coming out in little pieces, and if you put it all in a spreadsheet or just a table, I think it'll help your sort of, everybody will be on the same page with respect to what your assumptions are.
Yeah, and then, as I say, we want to get a feel from the taxpayers.
I mean, that's what I think we're hoping to have when we have our special town meetings, so that you guys will have all the information. Not just gonna be our decision, it's gonna be the town's decision.
Can I ask a point of
Wait.
I didn't hear any numbers from these two gentlemen, did you?
Well, I heard.
We're getting pieces.
I heard.
Getting the same thing you're getting.
Well, I heard, sure, but I heard CDs, 2-3-year CDs
Yeah.
are, in the range of 2.5%.
Yeah.
That's a capital preservation type of investment.
Correct.
And then I heard, 3.5% with moderate risk, which to me is putting, your investment principal at risk of going down. So that's maybe maybe unattainable if you don't want your investment risk to potentially go down. So I'm just, that's what I heard.
Well, we're trying to cover our bases here, and this in the past, so we've got nothing there, so we want to make sure that we really spend some time and do it right. But we have not heard, any numbers. You heard the numbers tonight, and that's the first numbers we've heard. So we're still on the same boat. But we've got to, yes.
Yeah, so timber, is that the only revenue source that can be derived from that piece of land? Is there any other source that could be pursued? Is there a spring on that piece of property that could be possibly used to generate revenue for the town?
Well, I'm not sure that really on that, because, the state recommended we shut that whole system down.
Why is it stated in the paper that it's the best water supply and great water?
It is great water, but that doesn't mean that we can take it.
Package and use it. We had to drill another well because the state told us there was a concern with the water. So.
Well, do we know that?
Pardon me?
Do we know that? Is that fact? Is that
Yes,
something
we had
that can be pursued, or is that a shut?
I'm not sure if you talk about that thick on the state of Vermont and disinfection, byproduct contamination. We're listed in there along with about 10 other communities. Rutland was listed. Somehow Rutland has managed to come through with a treatment process that keeps them below the accepted limit. The Proctor water would have taken an estimated $12 million to redo the treatment plant, the transmission main, and the work that had to be done in the village. What the voters approved was a $6 million bond issue, which included a new well. It did not include building a new water treatment plant in Chittenden.
So Stan, I just want to clarify real quick, because I wasn't on board this time. It wasn't the quality of the water that was the issue. The water was great. It was that when we treated it, it was causing an environmental impact.
It's the chlorine, it was the disinfection byproduct, yes.
So.
I think we're talking about two different things. I think he's talking about contacting a company and seeing if they're interested in using it. And I believe when we had bond meetings, that conversation came up and was suggested. It just never, it seemingly fell off the table someplace.
So, I guess,
Can I ask just a quick clarification question? I had my hand up a minute ago. I just wanted a point of clarification, about information dissemination. So how do we know? How do we know what the numbers are? How do we know what decisions are on the table other than the select board meetings? If there's going to be a special meeting in January, how do we get information ahead of that? Outside of social media, how will information be disseminated so that people can come to that meeting informed and able to ask the questions that are important to so many of us in the community?
Well, it'll be warned just like any other town meeting, through the town and posted in the paper, advertised, and definitely it will end up on social media because everything does. So, but just the same routine as when we have regular town meetings or special select board meetings.
If you can't attend the meeting, certainly the minutes are available every.
But I think the question is there going to be a packet of information that's given out ahead of time?
Yes.
So that people can see what's going on, just like the town report or something like that.
Is that what you wanted, Tom?
Well, that could be one aspect of, information dissemination. I just was curious
And it doesn't have to be delivered through the mail, you can put it on the website. The
Right.
PDF doesn't cost anything.
Yeah, well,
You know, I mean, whatever, I mean, that's where we're headed,
Right.
is for
Right.
economic
Yeah, we don't want
financial comparison.
Right. And how far in advance, like, of the meeting, would we have that information?
I think it's once we get the information from them, then we have the meeting Monday, and then after the holiday, when we schedule that meeting, I would say.
So I have a question about the actual sale itself. Has the land been evaluated as far as what the value actually is?
I think we're getting,
Because to me, 1.5 million for 1,600 acres seems really cheap, like dirt cheap.
not according to the forest, mountainside.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I don't know if you're familiar with the track, but it's very steep.
Yeah, I've seen those.
2015, we had an appraisal on it.
And that information is available also, like what that appraisal, or you can make that available to folks that.
Yeah, it was 1.5.
Okay.
It's been in the paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Been several articles in the paper.
Yep, no, I've seen those.
And to answer the question about the water being a resource, it didn't fall off the table, I was about to speak. I have no problem looking into that, if that's something that we think is a feasible thing. I have a hard time believing that you'd ever be able to get a truck up that side of that mountain in order to tank water and bring it down. I know that there was also a lot of concern from Chittenden about the impact that it might have, but at the same time, if that's something that people want to look into.
John, Anderson, you think we could run tractor trailers up and down the road there?
Well, if you had a skidder behind it holding it back, you probably.
I don't think the town, we can certainly look into it. I don't think the town of Chittenden would be very happy at all.
I think it makes a big impact on the environment of that piece of land to do something like that. A bigger impact than, I think, what we want our footprint to be.
I think it's speculative until it's actually looked at.
Also, we're taking right now a piece of property that everybody in the world can use, and are we sure this gentleman is going to still allow people to use land?
Yes, we're not, we haven't decided, there's no decision on selling it or not.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, just kind of go over our public meeting rules and procedures, so everyone is aware of that. At such meetings, the public must be afforded a reasonable opportunity to give its opinion on matters considered by the Select Board, so long as order is maintained. Such public comment is subject to reasonable rules established by the Chair of the Select Board, 1 VSA 312. And at the beginning of each Select Board meeting, there will be up to 15 minutes afforded for open public comment. Each person shall be limited to 3 minutes unless by majority vote, the Select Board increases the time. By majority vote, the Select Board may increase the time for public comment and may adjust the agenda items accordingly. A Select Board meeting is a meeting open to the public, not a public meeting. Public comment on issues discussed by the Select Board, if not offered during open public comment period, may be offered during the meeting with the permission of the Chair or majority vote. Such comments, if permitted, should be limited to 3 minutes unless there is a majority vote. The Select Board can increase the time for public comment. Our other guest, Andy Hutchinson, would you want to just step up and give us be able to answer some questions that anybody might have regarding your report that's in the packet here. So, we've got one one section already marked out for logging then for,
Not at this time.
not at this time yet? Okay,
It's planned, but it's not, the marking has not happened.
yeah. And you're recommending that we extend the road up there and make the necessary repairs, and I got the impression that that would have a direct effect on the price that we might get on future,
Yes, it would have a direct effect on the next timber sale, as well as any future ones. So it's an infrastructure improvement that would be there permanently.
so would this just be starting up on the upper end, or basically the entire road up through, or?
Primarily on the upper end from the existing landing further out, heading to the east.
Okay, so you're extending it from the landing out?
Yes.
Because we have a mile of road up to the landing now, maybe not that much, roughly.
Yes, there's at least that much.
So I'm questioning, because I feel like every time we get a figure, it's different. Originally, because it started out like every 3 years, we get 300,000. And all of a sudden, with the fees and cost, it came down to like 125. And then we got, the most recent was 5 to 10 years, and it was netting us 100,000, correct? Was there something that was stating that?
That should be in that, on the table
Oh, you got it.
tonight.
Right, but then we got another, there was another one after
Oh,
this.
there was?
It's on top
Yes.
of that one. If you turn it over, it's the email. statement.
So it was netting 189, and now it's 100. And originally it seemed
No,
like it was...
those are two different sale projections.
Right.
One is for the first 5-year period,
Mm-hmm.
which would include the road extension.
Right.
The second one that was requested is for a follow-up sale after that.
Right. Okay. Because it seemed to me like it was $100,000 with the, and you were being very conservative,
Mhm.
with the potential of an additional $100,000, that you could have had 2 cuts. Right? I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to get, to know if it was 3 to 5 years, or if it's 5 to 10 years, and if we're talking $189 net over 10 years.
One of the limitations that the watershed property has is the access. And because of that access and the steep truck road out of there, logging is limited, or the removal of logs from the property is limited to summer-only logging, because it's just physically not safe for a log truck to come out of there in the wintertime. And because there is a lot of water and a lot of streams on that property, it also restricts that to relatively dry periods during the summer and fall. So that can narrow the window of opportunity to remove saw logs from there. So my second 5-year projection was quite conservative, because you don't know what you're going to run into for weather periodically. If that first 5-year projection runs into a bunch of poor summer logging conditions, that may extend that period of time. And the second projection, if the weather is acceptable and quite favorable, you might get 2 sales in that same period of time that I projected with that $100,000 figure was just for a single sale.
So I can be clear, the best case scenario would be over the next 10 years, $389,000 net after extending the road.
Yes, given
Absolute best case scenario.
given current understandings of existing markets, which we really can't forecast what's going to happen 10 years from now, but we can take a guess.
Any other questions for Andy?
Thanks for coming out on a bad night.
Yes.
Appreciate it very much.
Yes, please.
Is everybody signed in? Get the end.
Okay. Justin Lindholm, would you kind of, and you're from Mendon, actually?
Yes, I own land in Chittenden. I pay $12,500 worth of taxes in Chittenden every year, if anybody'd like to know. My theme the last few times I've been speaking to you folks is know your property if you're going to sell it. And the last meeting, which was Thursday, I filmed that. And I was discouraged by what I saw as a lack of understanding of your land. Bruce, you said that the full value of that land, as appraised, was $1.5 million by Bill Scranton. That is not the full value. It does not, this is what it says in there. This value is for the real estate only and does not include the valuation of the marketable timber, which, according to Forester Andrew Hutchinson, is substantial. Also, it was mentioned, that last meeting, that it's all steep. That is not true. Only the bottom is steep, and you also have another access that nobody seems to know about that could be made into a very good access. Also, your water, you keep dismissing the idea that your water could have some value. Don't do that. You folks mentioned you have to bring logging trucks up that steep road and drag them up with a log skidder, and you all were laughing about this. No way. You don't bring water trucks up to that property. You bring the water down. I don't know what's going on here, but this doesn't sound good, that somebody who is trying to buy your land from you, you dismiss and knock down your own land. You should be doing the opposite of that, if anything. And it just, something doesn't seem right here, that you're trying to dismiss what you have. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Joan McCarty?
John.
Or John? Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I'm not intending to speak.
Okay. Kim Kinville?
I also am not intending to speak, thank you.
Okay. Matt Trombley?
I guess I'll take my chance to blabber. First of all, thank you all for your efforts. And for those of you that don't know me, Matt Trombley, resident here at Proctor, grew up in the town of Pittsford, I too taxpayer, but have a greater concern and interest, and had heard through the grapevine of the possible sale of the property in the last couple of months. I'm an avid outdoorsman, lifelong hunter, fisherman, snowmobiler, cross-country skier, been on that property dozens of times, was a former member of the Chittenden Snowmobile Club and helped install corridor trail on there back in the 1990s. Also, have a family camp in the town of Chittenden that lies on the middle road and looks directly down on this wonderful, beautiful piece of property. Greatly concerns me to see our landscape in the state of Vermont change. And as we all know, we continue to see land be posted in lack of options for recreational use of any sort at an alarming rate. And saddens me to think that there could be a remote possibility that if this land was sold to any buyer and a private landowner would have the option to post a very large piece of land that could possibly be closed off to any sort of recreational use. Obviously, understanding the tax burden that all of our towns have and the difficulties you folks have in trying to keep the wheels spinning, to keep the schools open and everything going is a huge challenge today. But I also, too, question the value of the offer made by the prospective buyer in comparison to timber values, water values, but more so the effects that losing this piece of land could have on so much public enjoyment. I'm also on the board of directors for the Vermont Outdoor Guides Association and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And our big challenge is keeping land open. And it really, really worries me to see a piece of land that lies so close to Green Mountain National Forest, other town forests, that we could lose the chance forever should the buyer decide that it's his land and nobody's going to have any access to it. I encourage you to think long and hard before taking this offer of any buyer, and also to think about the option of down the road of putting it to a public vote and allowing folks to have their chance to say on what they feel this land should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Ternovich?
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to address you guys tonight. I think Matt actually touched on most of the issues and concerns that I had. I feel that this is really a huge piece of property, a large chunk of money, and I don't want to see us make a rash decision. It's a lot of responsibility for you guys to take on your own. I feel the same way as Matt, that this is something that probably should be put to a public vote. But moreover, I just want to make sure, and I am late to this whole topic. I didn't find out about it until a few days ago, but I think it's really important that we do our due diligence and make 100% sure whichever direction we go in, it's the best decision for the town. And the fact that there's an offer on the table that could be pulled back at the end of the month, it doesn't matter. If that's really that valuable a piece of property, somebody else will step forward if that's the decision to be made, and I don't think that should factor in any way that there's a deadline looming. Take your time, do your due diligence, and again, I feel the same as Matt, that I think this is such a large scope for the town that it really should go to a public vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Steve Follett?
Hi, my name is Steve Follett. I've been a resident of the town since I moved here from another state I won't mention. But I wanted to thank the Select Board for this chance to speak, and thank you beyond that for the time and effort that I know goes into making a real major decision like this, because this is a major decision. I'm sure by now you all appreciate that. That there's a lot of emotion involved, but beyond that, there's this huge piece of property, this thing with some value. We're not quite sure what it is, but it's substantial. We know there's timber on the land, quite a bit of timber, and we know that we can sell that timber, which gives us a pretty nice return. We're talking $20,000, $30,000 a year by some estimates, even over the 10-year period. So there's that value. There's the value of the water that's still on that land and bubbles right out of the ground. I drank that water for years. My kids drank it. We washed in it. It's good water. I don't think we should just, say that it isn't worth anything, or it's worth very little, or it's too hard to get out. There may come a day when that water becomes extremely valuable. The other thing is, we're talking about what we're going to do with the money from this. And I sat in the meeting a couple of nights ago where some people made presentations about how they'd invest the money and how they'd protect our principal, and here's how much it was going to cost, and here was the return. I think you all understand that stuff, at the bottom line of every advertisement for that kind of pitch is nothing is guaranteed in the market, okay? We're at the end of a long, long stretch of market increase. Now, I'm not saying it's going to fall tomorrow, but who knows? We don't want to take that money for that land, dump it in the market, and all of a sudden turn around and say, oh my God, it's half what we started with, and the land is gone. Okay, that's pretty much what I have to say. I think the value of the land far exceeds anything that we might get in the market, You know, if we take the money and run, I think the value of the land is always going to be there, and I don't think the town should give it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Dale Christie?
I don't have anything to say, other than I agree with Matt, and Judy, and Steve. I have nothing further to add to them.
Sure. Okay. Joshua Hart?
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm on the state leadership team for the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, which is one of the largest or fastest growing conservation initiatives in our country. I also am a concerned bystander from Hubbardton, Vermont. I first went on that property when I was 8 years old, so that was probably 1986. My father brought me up to the spring. We bushwhacked up to the spring. And I spent a week there kind of as a coming-of-age camping trip. That's pretty special to me. I brought my own sons there. I have 3 of them. I also am an outdoor educator at neighboring Otter Valley High School, and I have brought many students to this very special area. I hear the dollars and cents, and I get it. And I have trouble paying my own bills. I understand. But what I'm not hearing is an understanding that the largest portion of Vermont's GDP right now is outdoor recreation. That's the intrinsic value of this land goes well beyond what you may get from a one-time payout. And I really ask you to think about that. From there, the idea of this truly amazing piece of property, which, by the way, is the headwaters for one of the finest wild trout streams in the state of Vermont, going into a private investor's privy, I mean, it breaks my heart. In Vermont, we've got a long tradition. There are so many conservation-based initiatives that I'm sure would love to have a discussion with you. And you know, I'm projecting here, but you may find that you get an offer of similar value from someone that would make sure that that land stays open. For me, open lands to play in, to commune with, are what it means to be a Vermonter. That's why I live here, and I'm proud of that. That's well, my parents lived here, and that's why I raised my kids here. So I ask, and I believe BHA asks, that you cease and desist selling this to private enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adriana, I'm not sure on the pronunciation of the last name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have hiked the property. My daughter, I have actually backpacked with her. She's 5. She's coming up right now, actually. But we have been on the property. I think that there's so much value to that property, more than a dollar sign. To get, you know, your child out and off electronics. You know, that's one of those things that often is posted, and we can't do that. I mean, there's woods here right in town that you can't go in because they're posted. And, you know, it's just one of those things that would be horrendous to see gone. I think it would be wonderful if it was left to the community, and maybe in the future, if, you know, hard times come, there's something else. But I think as of right now, it would be better left alone. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Digital device.
Deanna Burnham?
I also would just like to voice my opinion on keeping the land. I don't think that the town is in dire needs financially to sell the land, especially before you check the value of the water, the value of the land, and the value to the surrounding communities. Has anybody approached Chittenden to see what their thoughts are on us selling the land? Have they, maybe they'd like to purchase land. But before you sell the land, please check into the water, the value, and listen to the communities. Thank you.
Adam Miller.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name's Adam Miller. I'm actually from Williamstown, Vermont, so a ways up the road. But I wanted to talk here as a person that travels around and recreates on public land and spends money in the adjacent community. I travel around the United States enjoying my pastime of hunting and fishing, and I spend a lot of money going out there and doing it and providing for my family. I grew up in an outdoor family with my mom and my dad, and learned to hunt and fish through them, and it's something that I really cherish and I appreciate. I have a 3-year-old daughter who I hope to share that with, and one of the ways I feel like that we're able to do that is through recreating on public land. In Vermont, the outdoor recreation industry is huge. There's, I think fishing alone has over $130 million of economic impact here in Vermont, on top of hunting and fishing and wildlife watching. That's something that's really important, and I think it's important for especially our rural communities that are out there, that it's not being, all that economic effort isn't going into just your population centers, it's going out in these surrounding communities. I actually just ate dinner tonight at Franklin's. That's the sole reason, that I think it's really important to not just think of what's going on in your own town, but also beyond that, for the recreational value and the economics that are involved with bringing people into your community to spend money. Thank you again for the opportunity to talk.
Oh, thank you for making the long trip down. Believe it's Kim Blodgett.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm actually not also a resident of Proctor, so I realize that what I have to say probably doesn't weigh too heavily with you folks, but I did want to thank you for holding this land for all the years that you have. It's an amazing piece of land, and encourage you to look into, I think the other speakers have said everything that I would have said, and I echo what they say, but I'd also encourage you to look into seeing if there's other more conservation-oriented buyers who would leave the land open for public access. I think there are some organizations out there who might help facilitate that. I'm not sure what the cost difference would be, but there's so many other benefits to that property that may outweigh some of the differences that I think it should be something that would be considered. So thank you again for letting me speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mike Covey.
Hello. Thanks for the opportunity to have a conversation with you folks here tonight. I won't take too much of your time, but I'm also from Williamstown. Made the drive down here. I'm the executive director of an organization called the Vermont Traditions Coalition. So we've been advocating for 18 years for public land access, snowmobiling, hunting, fishing, trapping, forestry, all of those things that keep Vermonters connected to the landscape. I just wanted to, in case you folks haven't gotten the full breadth of it yet, talk about a recent report that came out. So Vermont is ranked 4th in terms of the economic benefit of our outdoor recreation. There are 3 states that have a more significant economic input from outdoor recreation. Of those, snow sports, being skiing and snowmobiling, are the leading economic contributor. And then hunting, trapping, and shooting are grouped together, and that's the second. So you have this huge, great property that provides access to National Forest, to the Chittenden Town Forest, that can provide all these recreational opportunities on top of allowing you to get a significant economic return from your forestry practices. And that return, if you're looking at $400,000 over 10 years, what's that return over time? We need to be having a really broad view of where we're going to go with our public land, with all of our open land, and look at this not on a 10-year time frame, but on a 200-year time frame. How much is that going to benefit the community over that time, especially as land gets chopped up and we continue to develop. and we continue to have more homes on the landscape, more incursion. Over the long haul, you can't really afford to sell off the future for a mere $1.5 million. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Andy, did you want to add anything? No? Thank you. Not sure, I can't read the last name, but it's Bill, and you signed in down at the bottom of the page, front page. Oh, Bill New. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
Well, sometimes those M's are difficult.
Yeah.
I also thought I'd stick around if there's anything I can address. I only have a couple of points. In light of this, it's important that we all understand that you have to decide what's right for the town of Proctor. And Mr. Gerlach totally supports that. What has happened is that this has created a huge amount of interest in a limited number of people. We are aware that there are Proctor residents who think that this is not public land, this is Proctor land, and that this is an asset and we're subsidizing it because of our taxes in order for the rest of the public to get a benefit out of it. If the state wants to buy it, the state ought to buy it. It shouldn't be a burden on the people of Proctor. And they should look at what the opportunity is for what was offered. And that was the only way in which Mr. Gerlach came, that perhaps this was a win-win for everybody. He strongly supports that this is all about Proctor deciding what they should do with this and what is the right decision. And the idea of a public vote is exactly what we have supported and expected would be the outcome of what this is. The last time I was here, I indicated that underneath the statute, in order to convey marketable title, if you're going to have a vote, you need to have a contract, which is why there was a written offer. You can't do it by a generic ballot item because that could authorize you to do negotiations. But when you finally had a contract, in order to get title insurance for it, I've spoken to one of the state's leading people on title insurance that we get title insurance from, said you have to comply with the statute and you'd have to go through the same rule of 30 days, 5% of the people petition, you'd have to have another vote. So the idea was to find out whether or not we could actually come up with a contract. I mean, everybody is assuming that you can come up with a contract, and Mr. Gerlach has offered some amount of money to help pay for an attorney to see if the town and he could come to terms. You may not be able to come to terms, and then all of this energy and all of what's going on is for something that's not out there until you actually have a contract. So to the extent that we thought there would be a town meeting, at the town meeting to vote on it, that's what there. We know there are Proctor residents that support the idea of selling it and being able to invest the money and get the return of 3 to 8% net. It's totally up to you to figure out what's right for you. And Mr. Gerlach only wanted to participate so that there could be a discussion about that and not get in the middle as if he's a bad guy and he's going to just trash the property, which is totally contrary to anything. There's been an awful lot of things that have been suggested that are not true, and he really has felt that he's been not quite treated fairly in terms of how this all came about. When it was the Proctor residents who suggested you ought to speak, because 4 years ago the town of Proctor was interested in looking at selling the property. He wanted to try to make that a possibility. So if there's anything else, I'll stick around in case there's something else to address.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Is it true that the adjacent property, the Audubon Society was supposed to be able to use that property?
No, that's not true. There was a grant, and that representation by the Audubon Society was not accurate. He's trying to create a good working relationship. So if you go to the land records, you can read exactly what the conservation easement is that's on the property, and then you'd be able to get the answer. I don't want to get into a dispute about that.
Thank you.
I think that that's just, again, another example. Well, we're going to get back.
Doug? Okay. Dave Dutton?
I'm all set, thank you.
Kate Warner?
Hello again, Kate Warner with the Trust for Public Land. I came here a couple weeks ago to discuss the potential opportunity to sell the Green Mountain National Forest. And I applaud that you are considering taking this to a town vote and get their preference. I really think it is important to understand what the citizens of Proctor want. You've heard from a lot of people about what some of the rest of the people across the state want, and I hope you take that into consideration, but it's also important to know what your citizens want. I just wanted to make a point. I also applaud the second article that you have drafted, but I would like to make a suggestion for a small change to that article to avoid potentially shooting yourself in the foot if you do end up wanting to sell the Green Mountain National Forest. So right now, the draft article includes the words vote to limit the sale. And if both of those articles are voted yes, and you basically self-limit yourself to sell to either a public entity or an entity that will keep it open for public use or preserve its resources, potentially that could negatively affect the appraisal that Green Mountain National Forest does to purchase the property. If you've self-limited yourself that way, if it's not open to the public market, even if you do intend to sell to Green Mountain National Forest, you don't want to officially limit yourself to only selling to a public entity. Does that make sense? Okay. So what I would suggest is to change the word limit to vote to express preference for, so that you still get information from the public on their preference of selling to a public entity or a private entity, but you're not officially limiting yourself to only selling to the public entity. Besides the potential effect on the appraisal, in order for the Green Mountain National Forest and the Trust for Public Land to help secure the federal funds needed to add it to Green Mountain National Forest, we need to demonstrate threat to the property. And the last 2 months have definitely demonstrated threat in terms of it being sold to a private entity and potentially, public use shut off and other things happening on the property. But if you self-limit yourself, then that threat is diminished. So I just recommend to kind of tweak that language a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dave Carmen?
Just wanted to just say that, I don't think the town was really ready to have a sale, and I think we're unprepared to have the time necessary to know the full value of that property. What's the value of the aquifer and the water? How can we extract the water? Can it be possibly, instead of trucking, can it be, piped out of the aquifer? Is that a possibility? The other thing too is, as a water source, are the wells we have in town, is that secure 100%? And if that, let's say they get polluted for any reason, could we go back to the aquifer that's up there? The Green Mountain National Forest, I think that might be a good idea to possibly, if there was a sale, to look at that as an option instead of private. And could we possibly lease the property? Could be leased to a bottling company that could extract the water from that source that's up there. I think the biggest thing is having enough time to know
like I said, the value of the property, what's there, because I really don't think that we have enough time with these deadlines that are put into place, you know, when he says that, okay, you have until November 15th, and then you have until, what, is it December 1st? What's the deadline right now? Is it been extended? Has that closed? Do we really know what's going on? Has it been extended, or what?
No, it just had been acted on.
Okay, so it's basically expired, and so is the moot point, is he still interested? I guess he's still interested because his attorney was here. You know, are we going to be up against all these deadlines that are artificial? Or, you know, I think it's good to know that, you know, I think we should get more time to really know what's up there. And, you know, I don't think having, you know, a 2-week deadline is appropriate. So, okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Joe Manning? Okay, well, we certainly appreciate all, yeah, there anybody else that didn't get to sign in on our sign-up sheet that wanted to speak? Don't see anybody.
Can I just ask you one question?
Can you come up here so we can hear you, please?
Can I just ask for somebody from the board just to explain why we are considering the sale of this land? Is it, you know, strictly financial? Is it a you know, piece of property that it's a burden to us? Why did it come up and why are we considering it?
Well, I think it just happened, and we figured before we made any decisions that we needed to do some studying and do our due diligence, but there was nothing that was really, I don't think any one of us really had any thoughts
It was
of it.
just an offer made to us, and we, as a board, decided that we would take a look at it.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
But nothing really driving it to.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. The next item is our special town meeting. Would you want to speak on that, Stan?
I'll speak on it, and Alan can.
Yes.
I'll speak about the physical. It's set up that if you were to pass a resolution tonight to hold a special town meeting, about the earliest you could do it would be January 13th. It's not less than 30 days nor more than 40 days to advertise. So that's how the 13th got picked. The high school got picked because traditionally you have met at the town meeting at the high school. However, there's a basketball game at the high school that night. We've been in touch with the elementary school. We haven't heard back as to whether that is available on that night, or that either facility may be available on another night. So the question of date and time is still
up in the air.
The date of the two articles, and I'd let Alan speak to those as to why they're written the way they're written.
You want to hear it? Sure, naturally.
The first of the two articles is essentially the one I proposed initially, and it really encompasses everything that's in the second article, but it is terse. It is lawyer talk more than it is a public talk. I'll read it because I think a lot of people in the room haven't seen these articles. Article 1, shall the town vote to authorize the select board to sell all or less than all of the interest the town holds in its watershed lands in Chittenden, Vermont, for a price not less than $1.5 million. Now that speaks to authorizing the sale, conveyance, of all of the interest in property And let me say, from a lawyer's perspective, property rights are a bundle of rights. The lawyers in the room will recognize that we deal with a concept called fee simple absolute that references everything that is in the ownership interests in a piece of land. Lesser interests can be conveyed or retained. In this area, marble rights were frequently by Vermont Marble Company reserved, not transferred to the person buying a house. Water rights are another element. These are profit-upon interests. They're different than easements. They're much more meaningful interests. They're interests that have tangibility, transferability, and durability. They don't go away unless you put a time limit on them. But if they're conveyed, the recipient of the water right, the timber rights, the mineral rights, hold those interests forever. So this language authorizes a town to sell that whole bundle of rights or some lesser quantity of those rights and reserve rights as it may choose. It would accommodate virtually all of the concerns that we're hearing expressed this evening, that there are different interests that you might want to hold on to. Sell the property to a public organization and sell all of the development rights, fine. Sell the whole fee, fine, that's your choice. Sell to a private enterprise, withhold the water rights, the timber rights, mineral rights, hunting and fishing authority, require that there be easements to permit the public to have access. All of this can be done. So that's what Article 1 would enable. Article 2 simply expresses the same concepts basically in more understandable lay terms. I agree, the word limit perhaps isn't the best word. The word entity is not necessarily the best word all by itself. You might say to a person or entity. I guess we haven't read that language, have we? If Article 1 is approved, shall the town vote to limit the sale of the watershed lands in Chittenden, Vermont for a price of not less than $1.5 million to an entity that will keep the land open for public use or permit the town to preserve its resources. Same idea, the idea of transferring all the rights or all some of the rights or retaining rights. So those are the language, that is the language in the two articles. It is very simple, very plain, frankly. I would comment on Mr. Mube's remark about having to later, at the time you have a contract, have another town vote if it's petitioned. If 5% of the citizens petition, yes, you would. These are essentially precatory authorities. You're asking to get the sense of the public. What's the public's interest? What does a town want? This whole concept was sprung on you, and you want to have the town share in the decision-making. Very reasonable, very acceptable. So, if you have questions, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Any questions? Well, thanks for the explanation on both of the articles, and I think we'll work and see a working date that will work with a meeting place.
Celia is going to be away January 18th through the 29th. So that's
Yeah.
either before or after It is, but I think it would be good to do it as a special town meeting and not try to do it at your regular town meeting.
Yes.
Because it
Yes.
would take up a lot of time.
Yes,
We need some more room, I think, too.
yeah. Yes. So, let's see what we can work out for a meeting location.
The first day she was gone?
The 18th.
18th through the 29th.
When do you think you'll hear back from the elementary school?
It was an email that went to Jake as to what's going on. He's not there every day.
So, must have some information. Yes,
I'm sorry, what would be the reason that we would need a special meeting as opposed to having it at a regular town meeting? If the goal is to have as many people present and to have an open and transparent conversation, wouldn't it be in our best interest to have it during a regular town meeting?
You mean wait till March?
Right. I just, it seems to me that you don't have all the information from the investment houses. When I was here at the meeting, you asked for information. I don't see that. Maybe you have it in your packets tonight, and you're going to talk about it in the next, but they said 15 days, so I'm doubtful. But I'm just curious, why the rush? Why not? If we think this is an important conversation to have with all town residents, at this time of year, knowing that we have inclement weather, that the gyms are both busy every single night with games, with practice, that it's going to limit when we can be in there, why wouldn't we just have it at our regular town meeting? And if you have to go an extra 45 minutes or an hour, as many times as you've talked about it here at a board meeting, doesn't it warrant having that with everyone at a regular town meeting being a participant in the conversation?
I think we'll give some consideration. We just
If we're already going
wanted to move ahead.
Yeah, if we're already going to late January at this point,
Yeah.
which we will be.
Let's, we'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll have some discussion on a date, so.
Any comment on the verbiage specifically as it relates?
Well, I mean, should we change it to express preference for as opposed to limit? Alan?
No, there's no reason why you wouldn't, and that's acceptable.
All right.
You might also say person or entity, because many people don't realize the word entity means a being, which includes a person. But
Yes, Mr. Bube?
Yes, I'd like to just offer a couple of comments. That Mr. Gerlach is certainly in favor of as many people participating and believes that the annual meeting is probably the best place in which that should occur. I also think that gives you time to take a look at your possible resolutions. If you're looking to sell it, for instance, Article number 2, they're only going to pay fair market value. And you may want to talk about sell it at fair market value to a public entity as long as it generates at least X amount of dollars, because you may get a debate about whether we hold it or whether we'd rather sell it for $800,000 or $500,000 to a public entity if that's what the fair market value comes in. And that would perhaps give you time to even get, if you wanted, a current appraisal on what it is, because there have been challenges to the appraisal that seems to have been raised. There's all kinds of issues, speculation about the water, all these kinds of things that have an inflated value that we believe that the fair market value of the property is liable to be less than what Mr. Gerlach has offered. So I just look at that because, as I said, his effort is to try to get to whatever is right and come up with the best decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've covered the timber harvest projections.
Everybody's now is 400,000 plus or minus over the next 10-year period.
Yeah.
Is what we're looking at. Is there any action as far as special town meeting as to holding it, or?
No.
You want to wait till March?
I'm fine with it, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Cheaper for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, I couldn't hear what you said for the minutes.
Waiting to hold off until the annual meeting in March to have the meeting.
Consensus, not necessarily, unless you want a motion, but. Consensus.
Well, we're not adopting the
Yeah, we
articles.
haven't, right.
Yeah. Yep. So,
Not yet.
yep, and so we've still got to meet with somebody regarding the investments.
Yeah, the Vermont Community Foundation could not make it last Thursday.
Yep.
And she would be available this Thursday if you wanted to have a special meeting to interview her.
I thought we decided at the last meeting not to.
I thought we decided 2 was enough.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there wasn't.
Yeah, I thought we did.
There was no real difference between.
Right.
Not really, no.
Obviously, no.
I don't
You
know.
want to look at the land trust then?
Yeah.
If they want to send us some information, we could look at it.
You've got their information.
Yeah.
Because the question is whether, of course, now you're not worried about 15 days, so.
Right, yeah, yep.
But you do need to do a selection at some point.